Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center and welcome to week 2 of COP27. Our first event of the day, getting to zero deforestation by 2030, will start in 5 minutes at 9 a.m. here at the U.S. Center. Again, our first event will start shortly here at the U.S. Center, getting to zero deforestation by 2030. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center, our first event, getting to zero deforestation by 2030. We'll start just a few minutes late today, but we will be starting shortly, so please come and take your seats. Again, our first event, Getting to Zero Deforestation by 2030 here at the U.S. Center, will begin in just a few minutes, so please take your seats. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center and welcome to our first event here of the day, Getting to Zero Deforestation by 2030. It's our pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator for this discussion, Executive Director of the Tropical Forest Alliance, Jack Hurd.
Good morning, everybody. Monday morning, week 2. Everybody's excited. This is exactly where you all want to be, right? Maybe, or you might want to be at the Australian pavilion having a nice almond milk latte. That could be a good thing to do. But here you are. So thanks very much for coming. It is week 2. Everybody's got a lot of things going on, no doubt. So we appreciate you being here with us today. As mentioned, I'm Jack Hurd. I'm the Executive Director of the Tropical Forest Alliance. I'm based at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. I'm relatively new to the job, having started a mere 6 weeks ago. So please don't ask me too many detailed questions as we get into things. But, you know, we're here for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're here because often at a climate change event, whether it's a COP or some other event, a lot of people around are thinking about climate change through the lens of mobility or energy or the built environment, but they're not always thinking about it in terms of land use change. But we know it's very clear that about 23, 24, 22% of CO2 emissions is directly related to land use change. And about 80% of that land use change, generated CO2 emissions, is coming from agricultural expansion. And of that, there are really 4 big crops that are driving that. So we've got cattle, we've got palm oil, we've got pulp and paper, and we've got soy. And those are the 4 big crops driving a lot of tropical deforestation. There's other commodities out there, of course. There's cocoa, there's coffee, et cetera. And then there's a whole suite of things that exist in the margins as well. But so what we're here to do is sort of talk about forests and then really drive down on what is causing deforestation in many of the tropical forest countries. Before we get into it, I just want to acknowledge and thank the U.S. State Department and USAID for organizing this session and pulling us all here today at this nice event. This is my first time at the U.S. Center, so it looks pretty good. We know the U.S. government has had a long-term commitment to forest management and climate change, you know, and more recently the issuance of the 2021 plan on forestry and recognizing the carbon sink potential of forests and sort of an all-out effort to try to protect, manage, and restore forests in the tropics with a specific emphasis on the Congo Basin, the Amazon Basin, and Southeast Asia, particularly Indonesia and Malaysia. So really appreciate the overtures of the U.S. government in this space. So we're going to jump right into it. We've got a panel of esteemed individuals who I'd like to actually just maybe ask our 3 panelists to come up on the stage here at this time. And I'll introduce you as you come on up. And I'll just call attention. We're waiting for one final panelist to show. I think he's on his way, so we're just going to start, and we'll give him a round of applause when he shows up as well. Okay, so panelists. So first, on my immediate left here, we have Milagros Sandoval, who is the Director General of the Climate Directorate in the Ministry of Environment in Peru. So thank you very much, Milagros, for coming. Evan Notman in the middle is with the Climate Program at the United States Agency for International Development. And at the end is Craig Hansen, Executive Vice President for Programs at the World Resources Institute. So what we've tried to do is put together different bits and pieces of the issue here. And we know this issue is really going to be one that takes collective action from lots of different players and lots of different partners in order to move this forward and really address the objective of reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, in addition to restoring carbon stocks in the process. So in terms of what we're going to do here today, I've got a couple of questions for our panelists, but we've got a lot of people here who are familiar with and or interested in the topic, and so we want to make sure we've got a lot of time for you all to raise questions as well. So we're going to sort of keep out the external noise. We're going to focus on the short, crisp answers that our panelists are going to give us, and then we'll move on to your questions and try to field it all and wrap up by the top of the hour. So that's my task for the day. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists a question that they're going to answer from their individual perspective, and then we're going to move into a little bit more specificity. So what I'd like to do is maybe start first with Evan. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of effort the U.S. government has put into the issue of reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And so, Evan, as you think about this, like, what are the top challenges that the U.S. government faces in this perspective, and challenges, maybe even just the major challenge you face, and what is USAID in particular doing to respond to that challenge? I'm going to move over here so this is a little easier for you guys to watch.
Great, thanks, Jack, and really excited to be here and talk about the work that we're doing kind of collectively from the U.S. government in efforts to address tropical deforestation and increase restoration. I think I'd like to highlight a little bit about the work that we have been doing over the past year since we launched our plan to conserve global forests. Actually, last year at the COP here at the U.S. Center, and being able to identify kind of what are some of those themes that we think are key to address and how we want to address them. The plan to conserve global forests and critical climate sinks is really an effort from the U.S. government to bring together collectively our action and work with partners to end natural forest loss by 2030 and significantly increase restoration. So I'd like to just kind of highlight a few of the key objectives of the plan, which kind of address some of those challenges and how we're addressing them. And we've been doing a lot, so Jack, if I start droning on, you can just give me the signal. Under the plan, the first objective is really thinking about how we can incentivize forest and ecosystem conservation and forest landscape restoration through using innovative finance approaches, both market and non-market approaches. And maybe just as an example of that, really thinking about how do we begin to collectively find ways to get the resources needed to protect natural ecosystems that otherwise are just not being valued the way they need to be. And so an important example of that is the participation of the U.S. in the LEAF Coalition. And this is really an innovative approach to helping to get results-based finances at a jurisdictional level. And we're working collectively with other governments, including the Norway and UK and a large group of companies. And in fact, just last week, LEAF Coalition announced that we've gotten up to $1.5 billion in finance for that work. We are also working to ensure that we're actually supporting jurisdictions to figure out how to engage in these kind of approaches. So, for instance, through our One SL program that's run through the State Department, we're providing direct support to jurisdictions to understand how they can identify and address the challenges of achieving results at a jurisdictional scale. We're also looking specifically at understanding how to build an understanding of all the different standards and approaches that are being used to kind of address these market-based approaches. And so we've recently just, for instance, put out information on that through our program with the U.S. Forest Service. The next objective is thinking about how do we really work with the private sector to catalyze private sector investment, finance, and action to conserve critical carbon sinks. We know that in order to achieve results, the private sector absolutely needs to be a significant part of this solution, and that we need to be working together to achieve these results. One example of the kind of work that we're doing with the through the U.S. government, through USAID, is a program that was actually recently, just yesterday, I believe, talked about the work that they were doing at the Global Landscapes Forum, which is the business case initiative. And this is an initiative bringing together a number of organizations, including Rainforest Alliance, CDP, Clara Mondiale, Conservation International, and they're really looking at how to take an innovative approach to identifying at the landscape level the needs collectively of all the stakeholders, and how to find collective ways to bring finance to those identified needs. So it's an exciting approach of both identifying the challenges and finding the finance collectively.
Evan, what I might suggest is that we keep the audience begging for more when
Sounds
it comes
good.
down to the questions, but I just want to capture those two things you've mentioned. You're really
Right.
looking at the scale issue here.
Yep.
Obviously, for many years, people have been talking about Red Plus at a site basis, and now you're trying to really think things at a much broader scale around jurisdictions, around landscapes, and I think that's definitely where we need to be going in order to get the results that we want. So let's sort of I know you're going to have an opportunity to weave some other things in from the plan. I want to move over to Milagros,
Great,
if
yeah.
that's okay. Thank you very much. So again, the question is now, we think about Peru. Peru is an extremely important forested country in the tropics. It's got lots of different biomes within Peru. You've got a lot of partners, obviously, with the U.S. government for many years, as well as with other nation states. And so, I'm curious from the perspective of your directorate, what is the biggest issue you think you're confronting, and what is the directorate and by extension the government of Peru trying to do to address that? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here and discussing these issues that I think are very dear and very near many of us, especially those related to the Amazon forest. And Peru is definitely trying to achieve better understanding and better results related to reducing deforestation. But one of the first things we have to address is the importance of giving value to forests. It seems that commodities and other issues have... it's not here, it's there.
Over there.
Okay. So, the value. We are not giving enough value to forests, to standing forests. It seems that there's more value in chopping down the forest, in slash and burn, and definitely that's not what we envision in Peru. We envision a forest that definitely has value, that there is, and also that it links with the livelihoods of the people, especially with indigenous peoples that are living in the forest. And this definitely is an economic problem that we're not going to solve alone, which needs collaboration, which needs support from different organizations, not only within Peru, but also throughout the world, because this is part of the process that we have to address currently now. So what are we doing? Well, as I mentioned, we're working on collaboration with different cooperation, with different organizations. Evan has mentioned some of these, but I would like to highlight three important issues from us. First is governance. We have to strengthen governance. We have to work on law enforcement. We have the laws, as many Latin American countries. They are wonderful legislation, but we need to enforce them. And this is part of the process that we're working on. One of these issues that we have to enforce is, for example, land titling, or the titling of indigenous lands. This is part of the process that we're doing now, and actually with the Red Plus funds that we have received during the last years, we have allocated many of these funds to support this titling process related to indigenous peoples. We also are working on information. We have been working on updating our national reference level for Red Plus, and that definitely is something that we want to continue working, because with better information, with information that helps us identify where specifically those hot spots related to deforestation are, we can take better decisions. So we have been working very much on this process, also with collaboration of different institutions. And I would like to highlight also issues related to forest monitoring, especially those related to community-based forest monitoring. We have to strengthen the role of indigenous peoples, of people that are living on the ground. Second, I would like to highlight also the issue related to incentives to conserve the forest. There are different incentives, but we need to strengthen those again. We have a National Forest Conservation Program that gives incentives to indigenous peoples, but obviously this is not enough, and we have to relate also to issues such as working with indigenous peoples on Amazon Indigenous Red, or RIA as they call it. This is a proposal from indigenous organizations that is focused on specifically how indigenous peoples are addressing REDD+ in their territories. So that's part of the process, and we want to support that and strengthen that support that's being given to indigenous peoples. And last but not least, alternative economic activities. We need to continue working on, for example, agroforestry. That is part of some of the solutions, and that bring in new incentives or new funding also to those that rely on forest. Actually, non-timber forest products are also an alternative. So it's a diversity in order to address these economic problems that we are facing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, it's so great to hear the Director General of the Climate Directorate talking about the fact that this is really about economics. And right, we have to figure out the economic equation, both in terms of value and ways to add value to communities from a livelihood perspective, et cetera. So, okay, so Craig, obviously you guys at the World Resources Institute are well known for data management, collection, decision support tools, analysis, or really a whole host of really important things in this space. From your perspective, what do you see as the big challenge out there from around reducing emissions from deforestation, forest degradation, forest management in general, and what is WRI really proud of and focused on right now?
Great, thanks. Thank you, Jack, for here, and thank you, U.S. government, for inviting me to the session here. Great to see you all today, fresh, bright, and early on a Monday morning. Yeah? How many of you have been here for 2 weeks? This is your second week. Raise your hand if this is your second week. Oh, wow, we have some long-timers here. That's great. So this is my first day, so I'm going to try to bring a little energy to this here. So, because I'm fresh off the plane. Big issues, right? We aren't out of the woods yet, right? Just last year, Global Forest Watch found that 11 million hectares of tropical forest, just tropical forest, was lost on the planet. That's GHG emissions the size of the fossil emissions of the country of India. That's a big deal, right? So we ain't out of the woods quite yet. Therefore, I'd like to talk about monitoring as being fundamental. For both my fellow panelists here, everything they talked about won't happen unless you know what's going on out there, right? What gets measured gets managed, as the famous consultant statement says, right? And we got to follow with that. And so what we're doing is trying to provide that. That's our offer to all the great stuff that nation states are doing, countries, both from the global south and global north are doing, you see here on the stage. Our offer is on monitoring, making it as transparent, as accurate, as open source as possible. You know us mostly from Global Forest Watch. It's been 8 or 9 years now since we've actually been making that data available. It gets better every year. We now also have Global Forest Watch for the private sector on this session today about how do you get deforestation out of supply chains. Well, companies have different questions than you and I have, or as the governments have. They need additional data layers, additional functionalities. And so we have GFW Pro as an enterprise solution to help them meet their zero deforestation targets. And one final thing we've learned is what happens outside the forest has just as much impact inside the forest. And here I'm talking about cropland expansion, pasture land expansion, etc. So we now have something called the Land and Carbon Lab. We have a session at 11 o'clock just down the hallway here where we're talking the latest and greatest in Land and Carbon Lab. We're monitoring not just the forests and its carbon, but all types of land cover and land use and its carbon. Getting that total global view at a 30-meter, even a 10-meter resolution, we believe can really help the world to achieve its target of zero deforestation by the year 2030.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much, Craig. Appreciate that. I mean, the thing that's so important about this, and I go back to, in my own mind, the experience the first time I saw Global Forest Watch, I was thinking, wow, this is sort of a game changer, right? Because for many years, people couldn't really get a handle on what was actually going on in the forest. And all of a sudden, you've got a tool that puts information in the hands of everybody. And the same information in the hands of everybody, government, business, community groups, civil society organizations, all over the place. So really appreciate the point about the measurement. Okay, so we're going to move on. I think I want to sort of talk about the issue of scale. Now, Evan, you started talking about a few of the initiatives that the U.S. government was moving forward on and the important components of the plan. You know, are there elements within the plan or specific projects or programs that you think are really promising and have the ability to quickly move from prototype to pilot to scale at a pace that's going to be really instrumental in helping us achieve our goals? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. I can build a little bit on some of the challenges I talked about in innovation and how we kind of think about getting to scale in that context. I think I already mentioned the work with business cases, an example of kind of working at some specific landscapes, but thinking about really how do you scale that up. We're also really thinking, are there other opportunities, other ways of countries identifying how to get new finance, and so we're working with countries such as with Colombia that help them work on developing. They've developed their domestic carbon tax and a trading system, and now we're working with them to help share that information with other countries as an interesting approach that potentially could have a major opportunities for scaling up. We're also looking at how do we work with the private sector to really identify those new innovative finance approaches. And we know that there are solutions that are out there that are really interesting but need to move to scale. One of the ways that we're looking to address that now is USAID, State Department, and the U.S. Development Finance Corporation are teaming up and have announced this year an example of working regionally to identify some of these opportunities to really bring in innovative finance approach using the tools of the Development Finance Corporation through guarantees and loans and build the private sector. So we want to be able to share models and expand that. I think it's really important that we look at where we see some successes and how do we build those out. For instance, examples of where there's been some real innovative finance work, debt for nature types of swap with private debt to address blue carbon. We're saying, look, well, these are a great opportunity. Let's think about how we could do that on the land side.
Okay. Great. Thanks very much. I mean, I think it's interesting, and maybe others will ask about this in the Q&A side. We all think about finance. I really applaud the efforts of the U.S. government in sort of deploying the Development Finance Corporation in this space. We know there's a lot of money out there. We know there's a lot of solutions here. The connection between those, and often it's the last mile, the last kilometer issue that can be really useful in changing the dynamic at the field level. So we'll keep our eye on the finance. Now, Milagros, you mentioned in your opening statement the issue of governance, the issue of legality or illegality, and enforcement of good laws, policies, and things are on the books. I'm sort of curious about sort of how things are working in terms of the governance structure, the implementation framework, and specifically the collaboration with others between government, with business, civil society groups, and things like that on the execution or the implementation of the governance plan.
Well, thanks for the question, and definitely I first would like to highlight and what was mentioned before by my fellow panelists is that what happens outside the forest definitely reflects within. And I think that that's important, and monitoring and law enforcement is definitely important, but also bringing in legal security to investments. And that is what we are aiming. Since this year, the government of Peru has aimed to strengthen legal security, bring in clear rules to what can happen and what's linked to this process. So definitely one of these issues is related to our registry. Peru is the first country that has proposed a registry related to to mitigation measures. A registry that will reflect issues related to how different stakeholders are supporting mitigation measures on the ground. The registry is supposed to register all of these measures related to the NDC, but also those related to voluntary carbon markets and also those related to Article 6. This is overall not only for the forest sector, but to all the 5 sectors of emissions that we account within the greenhouse gas inventory. The registry also informs. It will give information related to who is doing what and where. And that is very important because there we're addressing also safeguards issue. Safeguards that are really important, especially for the forest sector. And the other thing that the registry does is related to the authorization. Authorizing the transference of emission reductions. That is related to Article 6, but it's also related to voluntary carbon markets and how this can support the process in overall of reducing emissions in Peru. I would also like to highlight the collaboration. Collaboration, and I would like to give an example. This is related, for example, to the JDI, to the Joint Declaration of Intent that Peru has signed since 2014 with Norway, Germany, and recently the UK and USA are part of this process. So definitely this is important. Why? Because this collaboration includes work with the national government, including the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Culture that oversees issues related to indigenous peoples. Collaboration within the subnational governments or jurisdictions in overall, which include all the jurisdictions or all the subnational governments in the Amazon of Peru, and also collaboration with indigenous peoples and people that are living and that rely on natural resources, especially those related to forests. So there is a perfect example of collaboration of how are we working. We have identified an implementation plan for the coming 2 years where we have reflected the priorities and the needs that we need to address in order to reduce deforestation. And also we're working on a financial mechanism that will bring in the support to these different stakeholders on the ground, and that will and that hopefully next week we will be signing. Oh, sorry, this week. I'm in last week. My head. This week we will be signing with Norway the effective implementation of this financial mechanism, and that will give support to the different activities we have on the ground. So definitely, this is a major issue for us in collaboration, and how now also the private sector and other stakeholders can be part of this process. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, that's really cool. It builds a little bit on what Craig was saying, that which is important gets measured, and you know when it gets measured, you can manage it. And I think the idea of bringing the collaboration in from the multiple government partners, you're all working towards collectively a single set of outputs. So that's great to hear. So Craig, you know, we're approaching some milestones, right? When we think about deforestation and land use change, ending deforestation by 2030 with significant progress by 2025, these years are going to come up on us pretty quickly, right? So I'm curious about how you think, where does data and information come into play here, and how can we be sure that the scientific community, the civil society community, and others have access to data and information that's sort of fit for purpose, and they can really be part of the solution as we go forward?
Great question. I want to build on the concept of collaboration, but also the idea of we got to get information into action, right, is what you're alluding to here. And just last year, Deborah, I was involved with the U.S. government in launching something called the Forest Data Partnership. It's a coalition. It's funded by the U.S. State Department and USAID. Thank you, U.S. State Department and USAID, for your support. Core partners are WRI and FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Google, NASA, Servier, and Unilever. So it brings together government entities, NGOs like ourselves, data providers, the satellite operators, right, as well as private sector entities who are the ones trying to get deforestation in other supply chains. I think that type of collaboration is important because you can't just have each one working in its silo. It's only working together. Can you actually get those feedback loop as to what's my question, what can solve the question, is it working? And what the Forest Data Partnership is doing is basically four things. One is aligning the various players around that shared vision. We all share this vision of zero deforestation by 2030, right? So there's a shared alignment and a shared agreement that we got to find ways to ensure the data can help us get there and the monitoring can help us get there. Secondly, it's about getting consensus on the data, the definitions, the maps, you name it, right? There's a lot of fragmentation out there. So this is to bring it all together. What's the most important and most salient for the decisions we're trying to make on deforestation-free supply chains? Thirdly, it's about making sure this data is available. Not about creating a new system, but leveraging existing systems and making sure it is available and speaks to the user. And finally, and I think this is really interesting, and I commend the partnership for doing this, is the feedback loop. Having a strong monitoring and evaluation and assessment and learning component to this, not just throwing it over the fence and say, okay, go and run with it, but thinking the feedback. What data is working? What's still missing? How can it be improved? You know, are we really getting information into impact? And I think that last piece is fundamental, and I think is a good one of the unique innovations here of the Forest Data Partnership.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. It's great to hear about that. And I think for those of us who've worked in this space for a number of years, it used to be quite fragmented, right? So the governments were doing this, the private sector was doing that, civil society was over here, academia was over here, and this notion of collaboration that all three have spoken to, but around something very specific. If we're all working with the same data and we're leveraging the resources that different types of companies have, we can pull that together and make it actionable data and information, and that's going to be driving the impact that I think we're all looking for. So, okay, so we're gonna change course a little bit. A lot of smart people in the room here. I want to take like 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll figure out who wants to answer which parts or who wants to avoid which parts, and we'll go with that. So over here, 1, 2, and 3 in the front, and then we'll come and do a second row.
All right, and I will hold the microphone, and all you got to do is speak into it.
I was wondering, we've heard a lot about...
Oh, excuse me, could you please just say who you are as well?
Sure. I'm Ed Asali, Zulu Forest Sciences. We're in the business of regenerating forests. I was wondering to what extent you guys are looking at the demand side. If we look at something like the ivory trade, what was really interesting was there's only so much you can do to protect the elephants. Ultimately, you've got to go and really hit hard the people who are actually buying the product. And I just wondered whether that's something that is really a big focus for all of you.
Okay, so there's a demand side issue. So number 2, ma'am, over here on the left. That was...
Who?
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Olivier Lejeune from Quantum Commodity Intelligence. We're like a specialized media looking at carbon markets. And as you know, there's a lot of linkage these days between carbon and forests. My question is for specifically about Peru. Just wondering if you're looking at jurisdictional schemes in Peru, or if you're solely relying on the voluntary market. I know there's quite a few projects in Peru already. What are your plans in general on that?
Okay, so
Thank you for
second row, yes.
Fiona Ryan from Forest Development and Climate. It's interesting that it's got end deforestation by 2030, but if you look at the NDCs, it says that they're going to, of the major countries, donor countries, that'd be the US, EU, UK, Canada, they've all said they're going to meet all their NDCs at home, which means basically, I imagine they're not going to use Article 6. And and the other thing is, with the Leaf Coalition, it's a great thing to put through, but they're working on $10 a tonne. And, you know, I know with palm oil, the last time I looked, it's $20, $25 a tonne. You know, so if you cut the forest down, you get $25 a tonne. If you leave it up and get something, a government-funded thing like LEAF, and these government funding things are very restricted, unlike the carbon market. If you get a government-funded thing, you get $10 a tonne. So, you know, and the whole idea behind the RED was that countries get compensated for keeping their forests. And if the compensation is only half, if the government has got enough money, we all know how budget restricted these money sources are. So, yeah, I just want to think, you know, without Article 6, do you think you're going to get enough money for this? Are forest countries going to be satisfied with getting half the worth of what their forests are worth? So I just wondered what those...
Okay, so we've got a few things there, ma'am. Thanks you for that. So this is around the NDCs and the pricing, where the LEAF Coalition can come in on the pricing associated with that. So just give some thought to that. And we'll take one more question in the front in this round. Sorry, I changed the rules.
Okay, my name is Naoko Ishii, currently Global Commons Center of University of Tokyo and the CEO of the GEF, Global Environment Facility. My question is particularly for the economic incentive, because as previous the flow from the question already pointed out, maybe this another $10 per carbon is not really good enough. And when I was at the GF, fragmentation of the small-scale projects all over the world do not adapt to the change the system of, particularly Fatima Perry is talking about, that how to value the natural capital in a significant way so that it can really have an impact of changing our behavior. So the question for you is, in addition to already happening those things, what are the key game changer to bring this value of the nature to the economic system? One thing I hear last week, is that the U.S. New York Stock Exchange is now listing that the NAC, Nature Asset Company, expecting this become a new class. To me, it may be a game changer. And also, you mentioned that the value of what's happening outside the forest. We, Japan, consume a lot or import a lot of forest product, or actually the product, the agriculture product, actually that the deforesting that forest outside Japan. Is there any way for consumer countries can pay price of those deforestation through the importation? So the second question. Thank you.
Okay, great. So there's a couple things there with the natural asset companies as well as the demand side issue. So we've got a few things. We've got the demand side conversation. We've got markets. We've got NDCs and the pricing. We've got the issue of maybe alternative mechanisms to bring economic value to the forest. So I wonder, Milagros, can we maybe start with you, because a couple of those points are sort of grounded in the field, and obviously you're representing the government of Peru in here, so you can choose whichever parts of that you want to answer, and then we'll go to Craig, and then we'll go to Evan, if that's okay.
Sure. Maybe I can start with the last question that I think it's very important. How can consumer countries work and support this whole process? I mentioned agroforestry. And Peru, mainly through agroforestry and supporting these processes, is mainly exporting coffee and cocoa. Mainly two products that are helping us survive these 2 weeks. These two, which includes obviously these two products, mainly and historically have deforested in many countries. But now the idea is to support agroforestry activities that can bring back forest, but that can only also support the standing forest that is beside those and support corridors of biodiversity, so you're even having co-benefits related to that process. So definitely having the possibility of having better prices for those areas that are supporting those standing forests is definitely something that we want to discuss with different countries, especially those that are mainly consuming products such as coffee and cocoa that definitely are important. But some game changer is also related to the idea and the need to have forefront funding with only the good promise of reducing deforestation. We're not going to get anywhere. We need funding before, because that's the only way in which we can give incentives to those people that are not deforesting because they want to deforest. And this is specifically the case of Peru, because we have small-scale agriculture that is the one that deforests. So there's small dots around the forest, around the Amazon. So if we can really support the livelihoods of the people that are living and that are depending on forests, that can be definitely a game changer. We speak about results-based payments, but those are very late in the process. So we need to discuss and try to bring incentives, not only through cooperation and funding, international funding, through the support of NGOs, but also public funding. So we're working on that as well, to work on a diversity of funds and incentives that can support this process, and that can definitely be a game changer, because we need the funds before. If not, nobody's going to start addressing these issues really on the ground. And this is part of also another question that was made related to jurisdictional approaches. The governance to support jurisdictional approaches is very important. And if we work on a diversity, for example, enforcement of legislation is more at the national level, but with obviously support at the subnational level. In Peru, what we have identified is together, the Amazon states can work and reduce deforestation. Alone, it's much more difficult because the threats go to another part of the Amazon. And the idea is to have a holistic and comprehensive approach, and that can also respond to the principles that come in the UNFCCC that are related to environmental integrity. If we do not support that as a whole front, as a whole process, that is not going to be feasible for any of us to really say that we're reducing deforestation. Actually, and that's my last point, our registry and our regulations do not prejudge the scale of the activity. But we really need to intensify and bring this more in an overall process, because the deforestation doesn't only happen in one place. It is an overall, and we need to work on it as a comprehensive way. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Milagros. So, Craig, there's a lot that was raised earlier in the questions. I'm curious as to which pieces of that you want to try to tackle.
Sure. There was a question here about demand side. A couple of things. First of all, we need a world where the companies actually it becomes the norm that the commodities, the soft commodities, are deforestation free. We're starting to see that with some of the leading brands. I think we got to get down to the next tier 2 companies that might not have as big of a brand name and therefore not as big of brand pressure, right? But I think this is where the tier 1 companies, the Unilevers and Nestle's of the world, as well as the financiers, could help to start push the normalization of deforestation free as being the standard. Likewise, governments have a role to play. We've got legislation pending in the EU, the UK, the US to get deforestation out of a certain soft commodity supply chains. That's important as well. Interesting place to look at is China. Will China follow suit? That's something to watch out for the next 2 or 3 years. Will China also start following on that path? The last set of questions are really about the question of economic value. And I heard a comment over here is $10 enough, right? Is it going to really do enough, et cetera, on it, right? And I think there's a couple of things we need to look at. If you think about the equation here, on one hand, we have to increase the value of standing forests. Carbon markets are one of those approaches. There's also other things one can do to also increase, to get kind of a new economy of the forest that doesn't require the forest being cut down. In certain places, whether it's tourism or other types of agroforestry in your cocoa or in your coffee, et cetera, right, to play a role where standing trees actually still provides economic value. But I also would argue we also have to make cutting the forest more expensive, right? And that means making it economically more expensive. That means don't putting in roads in pristine areas, because if you put a road in, it actually makes it more economically attractive to do so, right? Also, you need to make the economic cost for those that actually do procure deforestation-associated commodities expensive, economically, politically, and or socially. So I think I'm not too stuck on trying to get one number and can you actually offset dollar per dollar palm oil. You might not be able to, at least with a carbon price. But if you have carbon and other elements in this equation, we might be able to then make it more valuable standing than being cut down.
Great. Thanks very much, Craig. Okay, Evan, we'll give you the final word on these things.
Okay, so fortunately, I feel like we've gotten some great answers, so I can be quick. I do think thinking about all of these questions really takes working in an integrated way. We can't do it piece by piece by piece. So whether it's thinking about the demand side, we really need to figure out how we can work collectively. I think an exciting example is now the launch of the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership, and thinking about, okay, how can we collectively across countries work to address this problem? And it's going to take that collective action to happen. Likewise, as I think you pointed out, Craig, it's not going to be a single approach. So we are going to need to think about how to bring the private sector in for investment beyond just looking at the carbon market and opportunities, and really thinking how we're going to integrate. So I think working together and thinking about this integrative approach is one of the reasons that we launched our U.S. plan, and so we're really happy to kind of see the movement towards that.
Great. Thanks very much, Evan. I mean, I think for me, what I take away from a lot of this conversation, this notion of value. A lot of us value the forest for lots of different reasons, but we don't quite have that monetary value locked down to where it needs to be. Both the value, the inherent value of keeping it standing, and then raising the cost to clearing it. And I think we've touched on a lot of different things here. We've talked a little bit about government policy and programs. We've talked a little bit about land use. We've talked a little bit about corporate action. We've talked a little bit about finance, and we've talked a little bit about data management, both biophysical stuff as well as socioeconomic information as well. And it seems like this notion of stitching all these things together in some way, shape, or form, the notion of collaboration that each of our panelists has referenced at one point or another, is really what's going to get us to 2030 with significant progress by 2025. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Thanks to the U.S. government, State Department, USAID, and to our panelists. And hope everyone has a good week number 2 or week number 1 if this is your first one. So thanks a lot, everybody.
And thanks to you, our audience, for coming today. This is the first of many events here at the U.S. Center for the rest of the week, as well as today. The next event here is at 10:30. Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace. Again, that is at 10:30 here at the U.S. Center. Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace. If you want our schedule, it's your first week, come over here and take a photo of the QR code on either of the monitors, and that'll give you a direct link to the schedule, not only for today, but for the rest of the week. Thank you all for coming. Good. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event will start just shortly here at 10:30. Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace. Again, our next session and event here at the U.S. Center will start shortly at 10:30. Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace. So please head towards those chairs. Bring them out. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center and welcome to our event, Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace. It'll be taking place very, very shortly, so please come and take a seat. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center again. Our event, Fragility, Conflict, and Climate Change, a new strategy to build sustained peace, will take place here right now, and it's our honor to introduce to the stage Assistant Secretary Ann Witkowski of the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations at the U.S. State Department.
Good morning. I want to thank the organizers of COP27 for providing us the opportunity to discuss how the United States government is addressing the interconnected challenges of climate change and conflict. This morning, I will be joined by senior representatives from the U.S. State Department, U.S. Agency for International Development, U.S. Department of Defense, and the National Security Council staff. This broad representation here underscores our determination to bring a whole-of-government approach to the threats at the nexus of climate and security. I will focus my remarks on one of our new initiatives, the landmark Global Fragility Act and its related U.S. strategy to prevent conflict and promote stability. As those of you gathered here today know so well, the world is grappling with unprecedented instability that crosses borders and cuts across societies, ways of life, and economies. Democratic governance systems are under stress, exacerbating vulnerabilities and spreading unrest. And the effects of the climate crisis through displacement, loss of livelihoods, and food insecurity are fuel for instability. Interrelated challenges demand integrated solutions. Through the U.S. strategy, we are increasing our investment in conflict prevention, which not only saves lives and resources, but also includes a humble recognition that we must learn from the past to include a much better appreciation of the role climate change plays in driving conflict. The plans we are developing under the new strategy are aimed at interrupting potential pathways to conflict to alleviate threats before they escalate. As President Biden announced in April of this year, this innovative effort is focused on 4 countries and a region: Haiti, Papua New Guinea, Libya, Mozambique, and a subset of countries in coastal West Africa: Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, and Togo, where we will partner with national governments, local government officials, civil society, and the private sector, working also with multilateral institutions. The strategy requires a 10-year planning horizon, one that emphasizes locally led solutions, is data-driven, and will be adapted through rigorous monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And we are committed to implementation through coordinated diplomacy, development, and security sector engagement. Our long-term, partnership-driven, and whole-of-government approach is well-suited for addressing the links between conflict and climate change, which transcend both national borders and typical government timelines. This new approach to preventing conflict is sorely needed. It is hard to overstate the importance of understanding the link between climate change and conflict. As Secretary of State Blinken said last year, pick a security challenge that affects the United States. Climate change is likely to make it worse. Climate change is both a stressor and a risk multiplier, leading to increased crop and fishery failures, water insecurity, depletion of natural resources, more frequent extreme weather events, and other destabilizing effects. The recently released U.S. National Security Strategy emphasizes how these ever more frequent climate shocks could lead to instability, conflict, and mass migration. As one example of an area we are focused on, in coastal West Africa, disruptions to weather patterns can magnify food, water, and resource insecurity and lead to heightened resource competition. This past Friday, President Biden spoke to the numerous ways climate change is disrupting livelihoods in Africa, and especially for herders and farmers who rely on seasonal rains to guide their movements and investments. In recent years, these rains have become less predictable, while pasture land has become more scarce, leading to clashes with farming communities that are correlated with a rise in sustained intercommunal violence and that could increase vulnerability to violent extremist recruitment. In response, we intend to support a new initiative which aims to reduce the risk of farmer-herder climate change-related conflict in communities spanning the border of Niger and Benin. by both increasing herders' access to political participation in local and national government and improving herders and farmers' access to climate forecasts of rainfall, droughts, and other environmental factors. This target prevention program to build local capacity, strong communities, and climate resilience exemplifies the new way, the new approach we are taking going forward. Of all the shared problems we face, climate change is the greatest, potentially existential for all nations. As President Biden said, the climate crisis is about human security, economic security, environmental security, national security, and the very life of the planet. Understanding the relationship between climate change and conflict should therefore be a high priority, not only for the United States, but for the entire global community. I look forward to our panel discussion and to working with the delegates gathered here as we take on these challenges together. Thank you.
And now for our panel discussion, I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator of that discussion, Stephanie Eppner, the Senior Advisor and Acting Senior Director for Climate and Energy at the White House National Security Council, U.S. Agency for International Development Assistant Administrator for the Bureau of Resilience and Food Security, Dina Esposito, the Chief Sustainability Officer for the U.S. Department of Defense, Joe Bryan, Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations at the U.S. State Department, Ann Witkowski, and the Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs and the Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water Resources, Monica Medina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for those framing remarks here for the conversation we're about to have. As you noted, when President Biden came into office, it's not just the elevation of climate change as a key issue that we need to focus on as an administration. He really talked a lot about the integration of climate change into the way we think about national security. And the national security strategy that we released just a couple of weeks ago, the first of the Biden administration, really made clear how the president views climate impacts as being central to so many of the other geopolitical, geostrategic threats that we're facing. So I think this is a timely conversation to have here, and we really couldn't have a better panel to talk about how throughout the administration we are trying to connect those dots and make sure we're approaching some of these challenges through that lens. So Dina, I'd love to talk with you to start. I'd like to get a sense a little bit of how USAID is thinking about this. I know you released your climate strategy last year, or a few months ago rather, and recognizing the need to strengthen the coordination of humanitarian assistance, development, peace building, et cetera, to really address climate impacts. That was a centerpiece of that strategy. Could you talk a little bit about that through line and how USAID is planning its future engagement with that intersection in mind?
Thank you very much for the question and for organizing this panel. I've been in government for many years, and it's not always usual that you see all of us together on the stage, and I think it's a great reflection of the integration that we're looking for. The HDP Nexus, as we call it, Humanitarian Development and Peace Building, is in the climate strategy, but you will also see it in the Global Food Security Strategy, which was just launched, and the Global Water Strategy that was just launched. So it's really a through stream. And if I could, I'll share a story or a couple of examples from AID of how it looks when we get that integration right. But I wanted to just start with an early reflection, a personal reflection, that I started my career doing humanitarian aid work. I was in Somalia in the early 90s in the famine response. And we were able to travel the country in those days and really, had the privilege of working alongside Somalis, but also seeing the devastating impact of that famine. And I said to myself, humanitarian aid is great. We saved a lot of lives. What we really need to do is prevent the conflict before it starts, right? Let's really work on that conflict prevention mitigation, which took me into the world of peace building and people-to-people peace building. And I got there, and I heard the community say, peace building is great, but what we really need is development. That's what addresses the root causes. And so fundamentally, this HDP Nexus is what I think we're trying to realize what we know absolutely to be true, that humanitarian aid, peace building, and development is not linear. These situations, these fragile places, it ebbs and flows. You need relief sometimes. There's always a need for livelihood support and development, and you need the mechanisms and the structures to mitigate and manage conflict. So what does that look like when AID gets that right? I wanted to talk about a program that I saw in Ethiopia. It's actually a food security program, but it is focused on alternative livelihoods, helping young people and youth get out of pastoralism because the climate change conditions are such that that livelihood simply can't support those people. It's also focused on improving that system for those who remain in it. And interestingly, it's integrated a disaster risk reduction component, saying, we recognize there are going to be shocks. We're not going to just rely on humanitarian aid. We're going to build the systems we need so that we can anticipate and respond to those shocks. One of the other things this food security program did was build a peace network, recognizing that if they wanted to advance the food security agenda, they were going to have to mitigate and manage the communal conflicts that rise up all the time in this Somali region of Ethiopia. And because they did that, when the drought hit, there's a historic drought right now in Ethiopia, the displacement of drought-affected communities from another region flowing into this area was reckoned with by the peace committees working with the government, helping to tamp down and mitigate those tensions. The same was true when the Tigray conflict spurred and people moved into Afar. Those community groups were there and ready to respond and engage with those structures. On top of that, when the drought actually hit this region, there was a rapid injection of emergency aid, and that allowed the development actors to actually give relief through established systems. They worked with the banking systems to get the cash transfers out, and they worked with the agro-vet dealers to get supplies into the hands of those livestock folks, rather than creating a parallel, more expensive, less efficient humanitarian systems that can undermine people's coping capacities and the market systems. So that's what I think it looks like when we get it right. It's very challenging. It doesn't always happen. But that is sort of the way we're thinking about the HDP Nexus.
That's terrific. Thank you. And Joe, I want to turn to you next. I'd like to get a sense from you about why DoD feels these issues are so important. How do we see climate change affecting DoD's operation in the context of stability and fragility? How are you thinking about this over at the Pentagon?
Well, thanks, Stephanie, and thanks for the opportunity to sit with my colleagues from the interagency. This is a really it's an incredibly important discussion at a really pivotal moment. The Department of Defense, in the past we've had folks come to the COP, but this is the first year in which we've actually had an official delegation. So it's our first time here as an official capacity, and we think it's really an important moment for us to be here. And I think that's reflected in the national security strategy, in which the President called this a decisive decade. And that's true for a number of reasons that we all know, and a chief one among them is really climate. And for a minute I'll talk about why that's so important to the Department of Defense. And we like to think about climate change in the context of security and our own operations as a problem of supply and demand, right? What we're seeing is climate exacerbating conditions both domestically and internationally, which give rise to more demand for Department of Defense to do its job. And so domestically, you think about things like wildfire risk. We're seeing tremendous growth in wildfires across the United States. That draws on Department of Defense resources to respond. The commander of our National Guard Bureau said that the National Guard used to have wildfire season, and now it's actually wildfire year. And the demand on the force just to fight wildfires has grown exponentially. And that's a challenge for us. Same is true of hurricanes, right? We're just seeing ourselves drawn into domestic support for civil authorities, humanitarian assistance in ways that can quickly affect our ability to actually respond to those challenges. And that gets to the other side of the coin for us, which is our readiness and our resourcing and our ability to respond to the challenges that climate is creating for us. So you just think about something like Hurricane Michael, which hit Air Force Base Tyndall in Florida. $5 billion worth of damage to that base. Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, $3 billion to that base. Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, $1 billion in damage. So internally, it's just affecting our own resourcing, and not just resourcing, but our readiness to respond to the challenges that we face both from climate and from the other things that draw on the Department of Defense capabilities. So it's an incredibly important issue for us to take head on. And we know, for example, that not only are we challenged by climate, but we're also a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. And we need to get a handle on that, not just for climate reasons, but also because of our operational requirements and the ability to actually do what we need to do, where we need to do it, when we need to be there. So those are both important. Now, when we get to stability outside U.S. borders, we know that climate change is a contributing factor to instability. I mean, my colleagues up here can speak to that better than I. But whether it's the Northern Triangle in Central America, or whether it's the Sahel or coastal West Africa, or whether it's Syria, where we know that dislocation from agricultural communities leading to urbanization created challenges which contributed to instability and ultimately to conflict. Now, what we know is that those conditions are being exacerbated by the current path we're on, and we're again in a decisive decade to change directions on that. And if we don't, that the Department of Defense is going to have an increasingly difficult challenge on our hands. And that's not just DoD, but that's our allies and partners. That's our everyone across the globe, and including the countries that are most impacted by it. And that's the countries that see food insecurity and an exploitation of people who are displaced by climate events, by criminal networks or terrorist networks. So we know the challenges that climate poses for the globe ultimately rebound to the Department of Defense and our capacity to respond to those. So we're here because it's important for us to be here, and it's an important time for us to be here. Again, in the middle of a decisive decade, or at the beginning of the decisive decade, we need to make some fundamental decisions on the direction we're headed. So we're just pleased to be part of the conversation and glad to be here with our interagency colleagues, which isn't always the case. So it's a really nice opportunity for us to engage both with our colleagues in the United States, but also globally. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Joe, and we are very proud to have the delegation from DoD here with us. Thank you for joining us. One of the best ways to help mitigate some of the risks posed by climate change when it comes to national security, global security, and stability is through building resilience and adaptation. Last year at the COP26, the President announced his emergency plan for adaptation and resilience. This is an interagency effort. It involves 19 U.S. federal agencies, and we released a comprehensive action plan a couple of months ago that's really looking at ensuring every dollar we're spending on adaptation and resilience goes as far as possible. I know that state and aid are particularly involved in that program, and I was wondering maybe, Monica, I could start with you for a few words on how state is thinking about this, and then Dina, over to you as well.
Sure. Thanks, Stephanie, and thanks to my interagency colleagues for being here, and thank all of you for being here for this really important discussion. It couldn't be more important that we get ahead of the climate crisis and try to help countries be as prepared as possible, which is why we love that acronym, PREPARE. It comes down to data in my mind, and my background is both in defense and in a place where we provide the weather services based on that data, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, where we see firsthand the importance of translating the data into forecasts and information that can help everyone all over the world be prepared for the worst of the impacts that we know we're going to see on climate, which is why it's so important that not only last year did we launch Prepare, but this year when President Biden came here last Friday, he announced that the U.S. is stepping up its commitment to build out these early warning systems. You know, the UN Secretary General has called for early warning for all. The U.S. has special capacity to be able to do that. We have the best weather forecasting capabilities in the world, which was evident on Friday itself when we had a hurricane hit the east coast of our United States, and we were able to pinpoint when and where it happened. We need to do that for the rest of the world, and it's not just storms, it's drought, it's even things like health. We know that when certain conditions arise in countries, they'll see higher rates of certain climate-induced diseases like dengue fever. So there's so many ways that the U.S. is already beginning to pioneer these groundbreaking new forecasts and predictions and things that will help communities everywhere. And not only that, But it's a virtuous circle, because every bit of data and every bit of forecasting and modeling that we do based on data from places like Africa, which are data starved, or the Pacific Islands, every bit of that data we build back into our models, and they make everyone's forecasts around the world better. So it's really a wonderful way to help us, help them, help us, help everyone get smarter when it comes to being able to adapt to climate. And every dollar we spend to prepare for a climate crisis or for a climate stress in a particular part of the world saves at least $6 to $7 on the back end responding to it. So it's critical, it's life-saving, but it's also money-saving, so we can make those resources go farther, the ones that we have to spend on getting ready for the climate crisis.
I agree. I mean, every dollar we spend goes far, prevents some dollars on the back end, as you said. And the president also reiterated on Friday that he's going to fight to see every dollar of the $3 billion he's committed for that program to be funded, to make sure that we are putting the adequate resources in here on the front end, so we don't have to do it on the back end. Dina, is there anything you wanted to add from USAID's perspective when you think about Prepare?
Yeah, so Prepare, as you said, is a major initiative to put climate adaptation at the heart of all that we're doing. And I lead the bureau that is working on a whole of government agenda called Feed the Future, which is an anti-hunger agenda, food security, agricultural-led growth that's sustainable and more equitable. And through that initiative, we have a major set of investments in agricultural research. And we just launched the new research strategy in partnership with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Significantly more resources than ever before are going into climate adaptation research. So we're looking at improved seeds that are more drought resistant, more pest resistant, more flood resistant, seeds that can grow in salinated water. We're looking at all kinds of improved on-farm practices, techniques to retain soil moisture, reduce erosion, and combining hydrometeorological data with remote sensing and all satellite data to much more efficiently, apply fertilizer, for example. All of these are critical techniques for adaptation in the ag space. We then take that research and we put it in some of the most fragile places in the world, trying to boost food security, because these are the places that are really prone to violence, and we know that the climate change impacts are really creating potential for more of that violence. So I just wanted to give an example from Burkina Niger, the Sahel, about how it looks when we apply those resources and how we can help farmers adapt. So the livelihood zone in the Sahel that crosses these two countries, Burkina and Niger, they only get about 3 to 4 months of rain every year. It can be very spotty. And so if that rain doesn't come, there's a huge food security problem. Climate change is projected to decrease harvests there by 15 to 30% in the coming decades. We're helping farmers with really simple ag techniques that help retain soil moisture, reduce runoff and soil erosion. And we're combining that with working with the private sector to get drought-tolerant seeds and other wraparound services to farmers. We were able, through that program, to improve 120,000 hectares of land to improve the soil health and increase sales for those farmers by 700% in a changing climate. And those technologies, that research is really important for us to continue to be able to do that. There's also a conflict dimension at play here. You heard about the rise or increase in conflict between pastoralists and farmers in this part of the world as land and water resources become more scarce. This food security program was actually able to work with communities to create conventions that helped demarcate migration corridors for livestock. And on those demarcation corridors, we used nature-based solutions to improve the rangeland for those livestock. And that, in turn, meant that those livestock didn't have to go to farmers' fields to find their food. We estimate that the amount of conflict in that area, because of this convention agreement arranged by parties, facilitated by local actors and supported by us, reduced conflict in that locality by 50% in the first year. So that's a little bit about how climate adaptation work. Nature-based solutions can play into conflict dimensions, or how technology around climate adapted seeds can grow more food in spite of the climate change.
That's terrific. Thank you for sharing that. And you know, because this is a 3D approach here, defense, diplomacy, and development, I want to bring Joe back in for a second on the defense side. How is DoD increasing the security cooperation and the assistance that we're providing from a security perspective with allies and partners as these connections become more understood? How are we thinking about stabilization and fragility, and how is DoD responding in its engagement with the world?
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. So, really important question. So, what we all want, right, is to avoid conflict, and that includes the Department of Defense. And a couple of things we're trying to do to change the way we approach this across the interagency. One is to understand what the risks are. So we are working with our combatant commands, for example, and our regional commands to understand what the impacts of climate are on local governments, and where are the points of particular vulnerability as we face increasing challenges from climate. So we're doing tabletop exercises, for example, with U.S. Africa Command and with U.S. Southern Command, to understand in those regions what are the exacerbating conditions of climate, and how do those contribute to, say, instability that the Department of Defense might have to respond in. And so, just in terms of understanding the problem in the first instance, is important as we think about resourcing. Then on the resourcing side, we're rethinking about a lot of our security assistance programs, and one in particular I'll mention is the Defense Environmental International Collaboration Program. And that's a program where we work with our regional combatant commands and our regional partners to help, one, understand the climate risks to mission and the climate risks to stability and its implications for fragility in our allies and partners and countries that exist within our regional commands, and then work with them to address some of those challenges. So we've done DIC projects with in U.S. Southern Command to identify implications for increasing resilience in Northern Triangle countries and in the Caribbean. We've done things in collaboration with Madagascar out of U.S. Africa Command, which help us understand things like food scarcity and what the implications of that are going to be for stability there. So then we can work with our allies and with those countries to identify strategies to actually avoid the worst of those outcomes. And that's something where we reach across our interagency partners with AID and state to make sure that we're doing all we can to prevent the conditions that ultimately would lead to the Department of Defense being involved. Because that's the objective of all of our work, right? Is to avoid conflict and to promote stability. So we expect to grow our security assistance collaboration with our allies and partners over a long period of time, and to work with our agency partners to advance that as much as possible, because that's obviously in all of our interests.
Thank you, Joe. And I'd like to then come back to something that you mentioned in your remarks, which is the Global Fragility Act. I know it's something that you're quite involved in, and I do see that as an opportunity for us to better deepen our interagency cooperation as we address some of the root causes of instability and fragility here. How is that process going? What are some opportunities that you see for the interagency collaboration as GFA, as we call it, continues to be planned and executed? And I'd welcome anybody else coming in on this as well, if there are the opportunities you see for the interagency 3D approach, or even broader than that, as we attack the challenge of fragility more squarely.
Stephanie, I think this is you hear me? Stephanie, this is an excellent question. I've been working in and out of the U.S. government for nearly more than 3 decades. And what I've learned over the years is that it is so vital that we bring all the resources and tools that we have at our disposal to problem sets so that we are optimizing for our own solutions, working with our partners. And I would have to say that as the problems that we're facing, the challenges that we're facing become increasingly complex, this point of principle becomes ever more important. Now, the Global Fragility Act, interestingly, mandates us to that cooperation. Yes, we cooperate within the U.S. government frequently throughout the U.S. government on a variety of issues. However, I would say that having a law requiring us with congressional oversight to ensure that we are really doing the very best we can to further this cooperation will be very beneficial to the way that we implement the Global Fragility Act and the strategy that flows from the Act over time. Now, how does this work in a couple of different ways? First of all, in the planning process. We are in Washington and through our embassies developing plans underneath the strategy. And in both those places, in the field and in Washington, we are working more closely together than we ever have before, working to align our efforts. The State Department is responsible for executing the strategy. Our colleagues at USAID are primarily responsible for assistance in the development space. Our colleagues at the Department of Defense are working with us to support security sector assistance and security sector cooperation. Aligning all these tools with other parts of the U.S. government as well will get us to a much, much better place as we're working on these very, very complex set of issues. And it's not only in the planning component that we need to do this, it's in the programming component as well. Once we set goals for ourselves, how are we aligning all of the work that we're doing together in the policy space and in the programming space? And how do we do that over time with different cycles of decision-making in each of the agencies, with different decision-making timelines? So we're working toward a truly integrated approach under the Global Fragility Act. We think this is an incredible opportunity for us, and I work with my colleagues every single day in other agencies, and we think we're making a great deal of headway, and we look forward to our next steps together.
Anyone else on GFA before we move on? On GFA?
It's incredibly important for us to train our resources in the places that it's needed the most. I mean, I think that's really the bottom line. And for us to work together to do that, and with Anne and her team identifying those places with certainty, we can do that much more effectively.
Well, before we go too much further, I know it is Gender Day here, and of course there is a gender dynamic to this conversation too, given that women in least developed countries are most impacted by the climate crisis. How should we think about gender as we look at mitigation and adaptation strategies in some of the places where we're all working, whether it's on food security or on some of the other defense and security threats? Maybe I could just go down the chain here a little bit, but Dina, if you...
Thanks for that question. We know that conflict and climate disproportionately impact women and girls. And there's a whole litany of statistics that will tell you how that is and why that is. Certainly the gap in food security between men and women has grown in recent years, given all the shocks and stresses the world has faced. But I wanted to just, take it from a different angle on Gender Day and say, they do suffer disproportionately, but they are also the farmers, the fisher folk, the merchants, the purveyors of communal lands, the caregivers, the household cooks. So many of their roles are central to effective climate adaptation. And so they are often held up as sort of the most vulnerable, but I think we also need to think of them as the key change agents and put them at the center of that. AID has a whole series of documents outlining our commitment to improving equality and promote inclusive development, and that includes a local capacity strengthening document which really kind of calls on us to look less at deficits and more at capacities. What are the strengths in a community? Let's build on that, and let's take the time and the mindset to sit down and listen to what folks at the center of the problem have to say and give them the tools and resources to address it. There was a gender finance mechanism that we committed to at COP, and we were 26. We were able to launch just recently a $21 million gender finance mechanism that will help give women the tools to really take center stage as leaders in the climate adaptation space.
That's great. Thank you.
Can I jump in and just say one last thing about that? Because I think it really was as a result of White House leadership that gender became a huge part of what the U.S. government is doing in climate. Last year, we did launch these various initiatives at Gender Day here at COP. And it's thanks to the fact that our gender action plan included a whole plank on climate. So hats off to the gender office in the White House for actually putting this really front and center in our U.S. strategy on climate.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I just wanted to add to that something that we also know, speaking to the point that Dina has already made, that gender inclusion and gender equality correlates to more sustainable peace and more resilient societies. So there's a reason why we are lifting up women, we are elevating women through the various strategies that have already been identified here. And the United States has been a long-time leader in advocating for women through the Women, Peace, and Security strategy, through the new gender strategy that the White House had put out last year. It's important to be inclusive of women, as has already been mentioned, in programming. It's also important to be inclusive of them in the planning processes as well. And that's one thing that we are endeavoring to do as we move forward with our plans under the Global Fragility Act, under the U.S. strategy, to be inclusive of a wide range of individuals, not only national governments, but people who are local government leaders, civil society, and that has to include women because we know that their particular perspective, their gender perspective, if it's factored in to our plans, the way that we are thinking about moving forward, is going to be beneficial and is going to be essential to the way that we work and support countries and citizens of those countries in solutions for more sustainable peace.
That sounds good. Joe, anything to add or?
No, I think my colleagues are probably better positioned than I to talk specifically about gender issues. But I will say that, look, what we know is that security situations, instability, food insecurity, dislocation, the most vulnerable populations are often women and children, right? And so when we displace people in climate change, when conditions on the ground make people move, the most vulnerable people, whether that's in the Sahel again, or the Northern Triangle, or whether it's in West Africa, that's often women that are most vulnerable to criminal networks or to terrorist networks that exploit that vulnerability. So what we know is that becomes a security challenge, and the most vulnerable populations among us are the ones that are obviously the ones that are most impacted by sort of climate as an exacerbating force. So.
That's right. Thank you so much, all of you, for chiming in on that point. Before we turn it over to Assistant Secretary Medina for some concluding remarks, I do want to give the other panelists a chance to just add anything else that you think is maybe missing from this conversation. And also now we're about halfway through the COP, another week that we're launching today. What are your sort of takeaways so far about the discussions that you're hearing on the ground and how it relates to the work that you're doing at home on some of the tangential issues to climate change or those issues that are further exacerbated by the climate crisis? Dina, could I start with you and go down the line?
Yeah, I've been here a couple of days. I was here for the Climate Adaptation and Agriculture Food Security Day, and it is unusual that you have those things here at the COP. Often the food security community and the climate community are not working in sync. You know, there's some sense of tension there. What I really saw here this week was just an incredible excitement from the private sector, from the nonprofit communities, from government donors, and so many, to actually bring a convergence between these two things. There's no world in which we're going to solve the climate crisis without an adaptation on the food security side. There's no way we're going to have food security unless we do climate adaptation. So these two things have to be mutually reinforcing, and I really sense a new momentum to work intentionally together on that.
So thanks, Stephanie. I just got here yesterday, so I'll give you my quick impressions of COP. And I'll say at the onset that what's amazing from my perspective is the fact, first of all, that we're here. it's a really important thing that the Department of Defense is present to hear and listen to the community. And I think what's amazing is to have so many different perspectives in one place at one time, just walking around the room here and walking around the events. It's been really incredible just to see the diversity of faces and diversity of viewpoints. And I think it's important that we be here and be part of that conversation as the Department of Defense. And another thing I'd say is that I know it's come up around a little bit that the Department of Defense has its own climate footprint, right? In addition to our, the fact is that we have to respond to conditions of instability around the world, we also have our own responsibility for responding to our own footprint. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that and to also acknowledge the steps that this administration has taken to actually mitigate that impact. And one thing that's not widely known or widely understood is how well some of our climate solutions align with what we as a department are supposed to do. So the thing is, if we want to position ourselves to respond to the climate challenges we face both domestically and internationally, we have to be resilient ourselves. And some of the best ways for us to be resilient is to have a smaller fuel footprint, right? To make our installations and our facilities and our platforms all more energy efficient and more resilient to changes that are happening around us, more resilient to supply chain disruption and all the things that come with climate risk. And so I think what's important for us is to make sure people understand that we understand the role that we play in this whole ecosystem of climate challenges and climate solutions. And we're really, we're going to be here for the next couple of days, so we're excited to talk to a lot of different people and take on viewpoints on that, because I think that's an important place for us to be. It's a reflection of this administration's understanding that our responsibility and our role in this debate is important across the interagency, and that includes the Department of Defense. So thanks for having us on the panel, and we appreciate everyone being here and the opportunity to have conversations over the next couple of days.
Thanks. So, not unlike Joe, it's novel that I'm here as well. I'm the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations. And I think that really speaks to the broad way that we are now looking at the challenges of the climate crisis as, in this case, they bear on conflict. We have to look at these issues in an integrated way. And I've been here for just a very short period of time, but what I'm struck by being here, listening to my colleagues on the panel, listening to others, is how much of the work that is being done already does bear on the potential solutions to these important challenges. And our job is to harness that good work and pull it together and to support it as we move forward. One. Two, as we are looking for solutions, we also need to have a better understanding of where our leverage lies, what the data says, and I think working together, we are going to have some incredible opportunities to build on the kind of data collection and analysis that we're already doing. And then third, something that we haven't talked about very much is monitoring, evaluation, and learning, something that USAID does all the time. Our other agencies do this all the time. We do it at the programmatic level inside the U.S. government, and we've done it for many years, and we do it very, very well. One thing that we really want to be able to add to that work that we've already been doing is to monitor, evaluate, learn, and adapt. Adapt what we're doing based on our learning, adapt at the strategic level, understand where we might not be functioning in ways that are beneficial. We are not pursuing solutions that are optimal, and to make those changes working together. And in order to do that well, again, we need to be working together. We need to be working across agencies. We need to be working with the international partners who are represented here and with civil society who's represented here as well, a very, very important partner. So thank you all. It's been great to be here.
So I want to throw in a few things too here, because this is such an important panel, and it's so great to see, as we've been talking, the number of people here watching has grown, which is great. I think what you've heard, and what I can say from my long time having served in 3 Democratic administrations over the course of several decades, spanning into a previous century even, what I see from my start in DOD as a young lawyer and officer in the military to my time in an agency providing services in this very critical area, one of the leading climate agencies in the government, to now being in the diplomacy agency, the State Department, is that each of these parts of our government have really radically scaled up our attention to and our focus on climate change. It's really an amazing thing to now see how it's transformed the way we think about governing and how we come to address a place like this. And it's great that our colleagues now, we've had the ability to bring them here so that they can experience what all of you can teach them, what they can learn from visiting all these pavilions. It's just amazing. So let me bring it back down to my own little job, which is biodiversity and water. Today is also Water Day, and I know we've touched on this a tiny bit. We have a global water strategy, and what ties women and water together is that women often haul water for long periods of time during the day. It takes up a huge amount of their time in many parts of the world in order to find clean water they can cook and feed and drink safely. And so thinking about providing water in ways that is much more convenient, much more available without a million plastic water bottles. Let me say that's another part of what I do, but we'll table that for a minute. But just to provide water to communities is one of the key ways that we can eliminate that stressor that could cause a conflict. Where we see conflict around the world, it's often where there is no water left, where countries have really drained their wetlands and their rivers and their lakes, and now they're really feeling the pressure of having no water. And that's why, amazingly, there's wonderful technology, and if we can bring that to bear, women will be able to go to school, to feed their families more easily, and that actually is a huge game changer when it comes to conflict stabilization. So thinking about water and women and conflict today on Water and Women's Day, I think really brings these messages home for us and connects the dots on everything that we're doing in the U.S. government. So thanks for the question, Steph.
Well, thank you. I think it's a really good way to sort of sum up the panel here. I think also so many new faces at the COP this year. The point about really hearing from everybody that's on the ground, I think we can't stress that enough, whether it is Prepare or the Global Fragility Act or any of the other USG initiatives to help in building resilience and reducing fragility. All of them have at the center the local communities that they're supporting. So all of these efforts are based on the specific and tailored needs of the communities that require this. So that's another reason we're here, not just to explain to all of you how we're handling this, how we're looking at this from a U.S. government, but for all the meetings we'll be having on the margins of this conversation as well, and the conversations we'll be starting and continuing with the partners that we're seeking to work with here. So I want to really thank all of the panelists again for making the time to come together as this 3D community and explain how we're looking at this, and wish you the best of luck at the rest of your time on the ground here in Sharm. And Monica, I want to turn it over to you for just some closing thoughts, and the rest of us, I think, will depart here now. Thank you.
So, thanks, Stephanie. Thank you also to the panelists. And I also want to give a shout out because they're the unsung heroes of all the work that we do in this wonderful pavilion that we have here. Thank you to the U.S. Pavilion team. It's an interagency, whole-of-government team who put this together, who make us look good, who give you the sound quality that you have and make it possible for people all over the world to be listening. I know there are lots of you here, but there are thousands and thousands more who are able to participate virtually because of this wonderful U.S. Center. So thank you. Decisive Decade. It's actually 5 Ds. Decisive Decade, Development, Diplomacy, and Defense. We are all working together. I know you've gotten that message loud and clear. I think it's because even as we announce wonderful initiatives like Prepare and all the funding that we're bringing through our adaptation in this great implementation COP, we are showing up for that. But it's more than that, because we know that the power of the U.S. government is so much more than any one single program or agency. We cannot afford to leave a single dollar or program or person who has something to give in the U.S. government behind. We have so much when we work together, and that's exactly what good government does, at least in a government as big as ours, with as many moving pieces, as many responsibilities, and as many dollars as we have to spend. And of course, we have more money to spend now than we did before, and that gives us a chance to bring down our emissions, which of course is so important to making sure we have less to mitigate for, less to adapt to. We are here to say that, you know, this is more important than ever to the whole of the U.S. government, and this is only a sliver of the agencies that are here. We had our Agriculture Secretary here over the last few days. Our Treasury Department was here in force. Our Energy Secretary will be here later today and tomorrow. It's a whole of government team, and I can say from my own personal background that what we try and do in leadership is break down our silos, and I think, you know, that's a really great lesson for all of us in the climate community. Defense and environment used to be seen as different things, and I think now we know that these things are braided together, and I'll say that it's also important to save biodiversity and water, and that is critically related to the climate challenge that we're seeing now. And even the most unlikely agencies, as the Department of Defense, have huge resources to bring to bear and expertise. People like our Army Corps of Engineers who know how to handle floods and who know how to manage water systems couldn't be more vital in bringing all that talent together. So I'm so proud to be a part of this amazing interagency team, to be a part of the Biden administration, bringing all this to bear. I know this is just the beginning of what we will continue to bring over the course of our term here in office. We know we have a lot to learn. I think that's the most valuable thing. Steph alluded to it in one of her questions. Being with all of you, seeing the amazing work happening, being with all our interagency colleagues. We had a great time last night actually meeting in the same place for the first time ever. You know, we even in our own government have met virtually over the last couple of years as we've been in office, and now it's great to be here all together to represent all that the U.S. government has in its tools, in its arsenal, if you will, of tools to combat climate change. This is a battle. It is a challenge, but we take, I think, a great amount of solace in knowing that working on it together, we will rise to meet this challenge. We know that we can. We know we have tremendous capacity, and we are here to share it with the rest of the world. So thank you all very much for being here today and for listening to us. And we look forward to interacting with you throughout the rest of our days here at SHARM, and wish you all the best with your time here as well. Thank you.
And thank you once again to our panel. That concludes this event. There's a lot going on at the U.S. Center. Thank you, first of all. Thank you to our audience for coming. We have a lot of events here at the U.S. Center, and we really appreciate how many folks are coming and listening to our events. For the next hour, we have an open exhibit time here at the U.S. Center, so please feel free to take a chance to look at the Meta Immersive Learning exhibit, as well as the art exhibit from Peace Boat, as well as the First Movers Coalition. Also, if you're a student here and you want to chat with U.S. government officials on careers and climate, please stick around. At 11:30 at the High Tops table, we'll have some networking opportunities for students and U.S. government officials. At 12:30 to 1 o'clock, right here on the main stage in NASA Hyperwall, we'll have a talk on viewing Earth's global water cycle from space with Dr. Michael Falkowski. And then at 1 to 1:30 over at the high top tables, we'll have climate conversations on gender and climate change with the Senior Advisor for Climate at NOAA, Co Barrett, as well as the Vice Chair of the IPCC, and Eleanor Davis Perel. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. We will be starting our NASA Hyperwall talk soon at 12:30.
Michael Falkowski. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center and welcome to our first NASA Hyperwall talk of week 2 here at COP27 at the U.S. Center. I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Falkowski, who's going to talk about a view of Earth's global water cycle from space.
All right, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so my name is Mike Falkowski. I'm with NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the global water cycle and how we can observe it from space, in order to understand how it works and how it's changing as a function of climate change and how the data collected from satellite sensors can be used to make better decisions about how to manage water. So as you can see from this animation, the Earth is comprised of multiple systems that interact in complex ways to drive the function of the entire system as a whole. And in order to understand how this Earth system works, NASA designs and develops several satellites to monitor things like the global water cycle. So as this animation plays, you will see how things like sea surface temperature, surface winds, water vapor, clouds, precipitation, and soil moisture interact to drive the global water cycle. I'm going to let this animation play for a second and talk a little bit about what we see. So as the surface winds blow across the ocean, it picks up water vapor and sea salts, which interact to form clouds. And as these clouds move across the Earth, they start to they drop water over the land surface, which impacts soil moisture. Understanding how the water cycle is changing is paramount to making better decisions about how to manage water on the Earth's surface. Now, when we talk about global warming, it's important to remember that the Earth does not warm evenly. Rather, some areas warm more quickly or more than others. And this image on the left shows that. And the image on the right shows how the total amount of heat trapped in the Earth system is changing through time. So a couple of things I would like to point out in this figure on the left. Number one is red areas indicate warmer areas, and blue colors indicate cool areas. And you see a couple of things. Number one, as I mentioned, the Earth does not warm uniformly. Rather, areas like the Arctic, for example, are warming at a much higher rate. In fact, the Arctic has already warmed more than 2 degrees Celsius as compared to the rest of the globe. That's almost 3 times faster than the rest of the globe, by the way. The other thing I'll point out is that a lot of this extra heat goes into the into the oceans of the Earth. Oceans cover over 70% of the Earth's surface, and water is very effective at trapping energy such as heat. So the oceans are very effective at capturing this warming. Now, the other thing I need to point out is that since oceans cover so much of the Earth's surface, they are really the primary driver of the Earth's water cycle. And so heating up the oceans over time will impact how the global water cycle functions. This is another look at how we might expect to see the Earth warm through time and how that differential warming I just talked about impacts the Earth's surface. So on the left, we have a series of climate projections and how differential warming will change through time at different warming scenarios. 1 degree C, 2 degrees C, and 4 degrees C. And what you will see, okay, now it's working. What you will see as you get greater temperature increases through time, you see a much greater increase in the differential warming. So you see some areas warm more rapidly and get warmer as compared to others. The other thing I'll point out is that, as I said before, since the oceans absorb much of this heat, it really will impact how the water cycle changes through time. So right here we have ocean circulation patterns, and so you can imagine how this extra heat that are stored in the ocean, how it circulates across the surface of the planet, and how that might impact the water cycle. Missed the slide. Here we go. So here's some data sets that are looking at the water cycle from space in a couple of different ways. On the bottom, we have global precipitation from a data set called iMerge, which is from the GPM constellation, which is a collaboration between the U.S. and between NASA and the Japanese Space Exploration Agency, and has satellites from other countries as well. And with data like this, we can now monitor precipitation on a global scale every 30 minutes. The top image shows two different things, soil moisture and sea surface salinity. So when we look at soil moisture on the land surface, the yellow colors indicate areas that are dry, and the blues and greens indicate areas that are relatively more moist or have more water. And you can see the relationship between precipitation patterns and soil moisture. Now that we see the same thing in the ocean, where we have changes in sea surface salinity. So when the ocean is saltier, that means that evaporation is greater than precipitation. And so yellow and red areas indicate areas that have high salinity. They have less water input as compared to evaporation, and then the blues and the greens indicate areas that are less saline. My ocean friends tell me, I always want to say that these red areas are drier, but my ocean friends tell me that if I fall in the ocean there, I still will indeed get very wet. So it's more saline, not drier. So we can use data sets like the iMerge data set and look at how we're already seeing major changes in the global water cycle. So on the left here, we have, the top left, we have an image from iMerge, or an animation, showing seasonal precipitation variation in recent years as compared to the long-term average. The brown areas indicate areas that are receiving less precipitation on average as compared to the baseline, and the green areas, the green-blue areas indicate areas that are seeing more precipitation as compared to the baseline. And what we see when we look at data like this is that we see an amplification of the global water cycle. That simply means that wet areas are getting wetter and dry areas are getting drier. And we see this play out across the globe in different ways. So on the top right, we have an image showing you a dried up agricultural field that's receiving some rain, so we're seeing more droughts. You see stories in the news all the time, like this image down in the left corner of reservoirs drying up local water supplies. And then, of course, we have major flooding events that are becoming more frequent and more intense. So here's another look at intensification of the water cycle when it comes to flooding. And so on the top left, we again have the iMerge precipitation data with hurricane tracks through, I think it's from the 2021 hurricane season. And then we have a series of images playing on the right that are showing you major flooding events that occurred in 2021. There are before and after satellite images from different flooding events. From a combination of data, one data set is Landsat, the other is commercial data. And when it gets back to it, you'll see the first image was showing you the 2021 floods in Europe, which were triggered by a major rainfall event where a rainfall system just stalled over Europe and caused major flooding across Europe, killing over 200 people. And then, of course, you had the major floods in Sydney, Australia, where I think over 18,000 people had to be evacuated. And then, of course, you have this before and after shot of Hurricane Ida in 2021, which was the second most intense and damaging hurricane to ever hit the United States after Hurricane Katrina. So all these events happened in 2021, and you see these stories worldwide. Here's another look at the iMerge data set and looking at impacts on human lives. In this case, we're showing global precipitation. And then in the background, we have pink circles popping up where major landslides have occurred. And the size of the circle corresponds to the number of lives lost. And so you can see as major precipitation happens in areas of complex terrain or steep terrain, like the Himalayas, for example, you see more landslides happening. Same is true in the western U.S., and in China and Japan as well. And so again, this intensification of the water cycle has real impacts on human lives and livelihoods. So conversely, we also see that dry areas are getting drier. We're seeing more drought, deeper droughts, and more persistent droughts happening across the globe. On the left here, we have an animation of global soil moisture derived from a sensor called SMAP, Soil Moisture Active Passive. That's a NASA satellite. And as it plays, you're going to see
there's a certain amount
how
of
soil moisture changes across the globe. And we see areas such as North Africa, in the Middle East, where we have deserts that are persistently dry. We have the tropics in Africa,
most of the emissions
along the equator that are persistently wet. But then you see variation because of seasonality in the global water cycle.
A lot of it
and of course,
has to do with the supply
again,
chain.
we have
And that's the
floods
procurement
that
of
cause
medications,
crop loss,
of
for
IV
example, if
fluids,
areas are too wet,
transportation of these things.
or droughts that cause
we're
crop
going to
loss
partner. The
because areas are
NHS,
too
if you will
dry.
hear in a second,
And then the last
has
animation
laid
I
out a
played a second
roadmap
ago
for
was
its procurement
showing you fire. So, of course, we're seeing an increase in fire across the globe as soil moisture and fuel moisture conditions get dry in certain places, such as the western United States. So we can take data from satellites and start to parameterize crop and yield models to get an idea of how our food system might change in the future as a function of global climate change and changes in the water cycle. And so we have two different outputs from a crop model that are showing you changes in corn yield across the globe as compared to wheat yield across the globe from a 100-year time series. And because we're seeing conditions get drier across the land, we might expect, for example, to see less corn produced in the future because corn consumes a lot of water. And we might expect to see an increase in wheat production because wheat requires, relative to corn, relatively little water. So agricultural producers may start to make decisions about what crops they plant based on what productivity we might expect across the globe. Here's another look at how we can use satellite data to get an idea of how water and water storage in this case is changing. This is a time series of data from the GRACE satellite, which measures the Earth's gravity, variations in the Earth's gravity. And as it turns out, areas with lots of water have relatively greater gravitational pull than areas with less water. So if we look at changes in Earth's gravity through time, we can see areas where surface water and groundwater are changing. In this case, in California's Central Valley, where we see a large reduction in the amount of surface water and groundwater between 2002 and 2022. This happens to be one of the biggest agricultural producing regions in the United States. So this has a big impact on food systems in the U.S. And there's all sorts of other changes that are happening because of this, like land subsidence, which impacts humans as well. So we can use data like this to get a better idea of how it's changing, but the question remains, how can we use this data to better manage this precious resource of water that we have? And this is one example of how we're starting to think about this. This is the western United States, and what this is showing is changes in evapotranspiration through time. Evapotranspiration is a measure of water loss from the plant canopy. So higher evapotranspiration generally means healthy plants that are well watered. Lower evapotranspiration means stressed out plants that are probably more suffering from drought conditions. And so you can see in this map here, if you're familiar with the vegetation and geography of the western United States, that areas that are well watered are blue. That means healthy plants that are transpiring a lot of water. And then we have these desert regions that are more yellow. This particular data set was derived from Landsat data for the western United States. Landsat data is relatively high spatial resolution data that we have a time series going back nearly over 40 years, close to 50 years now. And so we can start to understand how changes, in this case, the water cycle, for example, how persistent they are through time. I will also point out that Landsat is a long-time collaboration between the U.S. Geological Survey and NASA. So against this backdrop of the changing water cycle, agricultural producers, for example, are really needing to figure out how to make better, more informed decisions about how they use water. And so this Open ET data product, which is currently developed for the U.S., provides farmers with field-level data about how evapotranspiration changes across their field through time. And so here we have individual fields that are irrigated. You can see right here these blue colors indicate more wet. You might expect corn might be planted there or something that's irrigated, and then you have these drier fields which may be wheat or a different dryland crop. And you can see how water use changes throughout the growing season on an annual basis. And so with data like this, farmers may be able to better manage their water resources by choosing when to irrigate or when not to irrigate based on the local water and drought conditions. So that's all I have, but I'm going to invite Assistant Secretary Trujillo to the stage. She's with, the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science with the Department of Interior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, excellent. I kind of want to keep that great slideshow going because that was great. Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Trujillo from the Department of the Interior. It's great to be here today to be able to showcase and highlight our great partnership with NASA. Everybody likes NASA, so it's good to be partners with them, right? We have, in the Landsat program, we are just celebrating our 50th anniversary of Landsat, and we launched earlier, I guess September of last year, we launched Landsat 9, the 9th satellite, and we're actively working on development of Landsat Next, which will be coming up in a few years after that. But that continuous record is unique in the world, and it does cover the world. So our images, this is truly a global program. It helps provide information and data that you just heard about to anyone who has an internet connection now. And that's something that we're particularly proud of and able to celebrate is the fact that all of the images are freely available to anybody from anywhere. And we want to continue that tradition of having the information available. The successes that we've had with NASA have been utilized in many, many different contexts. Today we're celebrating Water Day and Gender Day, so we can focus on the water cycle and the applications for the satellite images to help us document the changes around the planet. Our home in the U.S., we've been able to utilize some of these recent images to document the long-standing drought that we have in the U.S. And I know we have a worldwide drought at this point, but in the U.S., and just for example, in the Colorado River Basin, which we designate as the American Nile, the Colorado River Basin has seen over the past 20 years our reservoirs, which are the major water system in the U.S., have seen our reservoirs drop from 100% full to now 2/3 or even 1/3 capacity in many places, and we're very concerned about the ability to be able to store additional water and sustain that water supply. The images from Landsat show us the dramatic changes in the elevation in those systems, and we're able to utilize that throughout the nation for our water management decisions. And I think that's the element of the partnership that Department of the Interior brings to the equation, is that we have the practical applications for the information, and we're able to utilize this information in real-time applications. And the OpenET example that we just heard about is a great one because it is something that allows us to look at the evapotranspiration happening on the ground in real time. We were at the World Water Week in Stockholm a few months ago, and we're able to hear direct testimonials and examples from farmers who were utilizing this tool on their fields, and they could make real-time decisions about how much water to apply. in a particular location, and that is essential to, it's an essential tool for us to be able to do more water conservation and to be as efficient as possible with our water supplies, especially now when we are in these drought conditions that we're seeing. So we're hoping to continue to develop the technology through OpenET to develop and expand the utilization of that type of a program throughout other areas in our country. It is another example of not only a partnership between the Department of the Interior and NASA, but we also have private partners and Google to be able to work collectively among the NGO world, the government world, and the private world. So a good example for us to be replicating in that area as well. We have tremendous opportunities to continue to utilize this in development of an entire water cycle analysis and really quantifying the exact amount of water that exists on the surface, in the ground, and through its various uses. So we're very excited to be able to continue to partner with NASA on these issues. We have great teams available through our Department of the Interior and with our many, many partners in other countries, with our partners in, as I said, in the NGO capacities and in the communities that exist in many, many places. So very happy to be here. It's wonderful to be sharing this stage with NASA and to be out with all of the communities here at COP. Thank you very much. Do we have more to do?
I think we have questions, I guess. So if there's any questions, we can take a few questions.
Can you hear me? Is it working now? There we go. Hi, my name's Caleb. I live in New York City right now, originally from Nebraska. And so a lot of the images you were showing, the agricultural changes we were witnessing, day in and day out. I did notice you mentioned the partnership with Google for the Department of Interior, and I was wondering if you could dive into that a little bit more on are we partnering with Google, in what capacity, and what other partnerships would be helpful for the Department of Interior.
Just a couple of examples. So the OpenET program itself is a direct connection to Google, and so that is a subset of many of our satellite programs. The other big connection is Google and other private entities utilize this widely available free satellite data that we have. So it's not a per se formal partnership, but the data is used by many, many, many corporations and educational institutions and mom and pop shops and school children around the globe. So it's a really good way to expand and make sure that that data continues to be available.
Yeah, I can just make another comment. So, yes, there's multiple connections with Google, and one that comes to mind right now is also in the space of fire. And so Google is working with the Environmental Defense Fund to build a constellation of satellites to monitor wildfire, and we have NASA scientists involved with that process as well to help design and execute that process. And so there's a lot of interest between both the federal government and the private industry to develop connections to build capacity in all sorts of areas.
Any other questions?
All right, well, thank everybody for coming.
Thank you all for coming to the Hyperwall presentation. Come to the stage and get some free NASA swag as I walk away from the speaker so everyone's ears don't bleed. So feel free to come up to the stage. Thank you once again. Thank you all for coming. At 1 o'clock now here at the U.S. Center, we're going to have a climate conversation with the Senior Advisor for Climate and the IPCC Vice Chair, Cole Barrett, Senior Advisor for Climate at NOAA. And then Eleanor Davis-Pierre will be right here at the U.S. Center, right on main stage. Go get some NASA goodies and stick around.
Hey, this mic. Hey, this mic. This mic. Hey, mic. Hey. Hey, this mic.
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center, our event. Our climate future is female. A progress report on implementing U.S. efforts to advance women and girls' climate action will take place here at the U.S. Center in just a couple of minutes, so please find yourself a seat. Again, our next event will take place in just a couple minutes. Our climate future is female. A progress report on implementing U.S. efforts to advance women and girls' climate action. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event, our Climate Future is Female, a progress report on implementing U.S. efforts to advance women and girls' climate action, will begin very, very shortly. So please take your seats. Again, please take your seats at this time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center and our event, Our Climate Future is Female, a progress report on implementing U.S. efforts to advance women and girls' climate action. I'd like to welcome to the stage Assistant Secretary Monica Medina of the U.S. Department of State.
Hello. I love the pump-up music when we walk out. It always lifts me up. Thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be here to welcome all of you to this incredible event. We have an all-star series or lineup of speakers, and we're very pleased to be able to celebrate Gender Day here at COP27 in our home, the U.S. Pavilion. Because we know bold action is needed to combat the climate crisis, and we are seeing its impacts on vulnerable communities, but we're also seeing the growth of innovative solutions to climate change, and that gives us hope because we need all hands on deck, the efforts and talents of everyone to keep that 1.5 alive, to keep that 1.5 degrees within reach and achieve the net zero emissions by 2050. We are gathered here because we know that women and girls in all their amazing diversity and talent and other members of marginalized communities play a critical role in these efforts. We know that tackling the climate crisis and achieving gender equality are inextricably linked, and right now is an incredible window of opportunity. This is the decisive decade, and we have a window of opportunity to bring women and girls more and more to the table to ensure that they have full and equal access to the opportunities that will be provided by this challenge. We know that it's a terrible challenge. We know that we have a lot of hard work ahead of us, but we know it means opportunity, and we know where there's opportunity, women are running in to try and take advantage of that and to be leaders, and they have the potential to spur cascading effects, not only in business, but in communities, in schools, in places of worship, everywhere that women are instrumental in society. And we need to be better able to advance those solutions equally and build resilient communities, which we know is at the heart of what we need to do in the climate crisis. There are all kinds of win-win solutions, and we need them more than ever. And we know adaptation is a strong focus, and implementation is a strong focus here at COP27. And if there's any group of people who want to get it done, it's women and girls who are willing to be agents of change agents of change, to bring their talents and abilities forward, to speak up, to speak truth to power, and to hopefully step more and more into power, from agriculture to natural resource management, water, early warning systems, science, all that we need to do to ensure that adaptation and implementation efforts are effective on the ground. So I want to pause to welcome Dr. Ahmed Dalal, the president of the American University in Cairo, and our U.S. Deputy Mission Director for Egypt, Margaret Sancho. We'll hear more from them in a minute about exciting partnerships, an exciting partnership that they are spearheading to educate the next generation of Egyptian climate leaders here. And I'd also like to welcome Ambassador Daniel Rubenstein and our U.S. Chargé d'Affaires to Egypt. We're so glad that you're all here for this wonderful event. So let me take a breath and say, here's the exciting part. Last year at COP, I was lucky and privileged to be the representative of our U.S. government to showcase the work that we're doing on gender and climate and the nexus between those two things. And I was pleased to announce a whole suite of commitments on behalf of our government. We announced the first ever whole of government commitment to promoting gender equity and equality and responding to the climate crisis, thanks to our White House Office of Women and Girls. That came very much in a big package of things we're doing on women and girls, and climate was in the forefront of that. And we announced a commitment to a range of wonderful U.S. programs, from climate information services to support for the Central African Women's Initiative for Climate Action, which are spearheading gender-sensitive new programs. And we'll hear from the panel shortly about how USAID has exciting new funding and programming to bring to the table. This is particularly exciting since USAID has already exceeded last year's funding commitment and is now looking to scale even further. And at my home agency, the State Department, we are building a pipeline of leadership locally around the world. We're spearheading a new project on climate change and women in STEM, specific to the Indo-Pacific region. We're launching a new initiative on inclusive climate action for climate change in South and Central Asia, focused specifically on conflict resolution. Could not be more important. And finally, we're here building a new global network of girls who are working to lead climate solutions in their communities and advocating for climate action both locally and internationally. So stay tuned for more details on how you can get involved. And I want to, of course, highlight the President's response and preparation for Early Action program, which helps more than 500 million people. That's our PREPARE program. I always blow the acronym because it's so long, but our PREPARE program is one the President highlighted when he was here on Friday. Our goal is to help 500 million people, including women, young people, and indigenous peoples, to adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change. And those are just some of the initiatives I have time to highlight here, but we are bringing even more to this pivotal moment. So what are we doing here today? Two things. We're first going to check in on our progress by hearing directly from women leaders on the ground to see how these solutions are working and what challenges still need more commitment, more action. And then we will look forward. We'll look ahead to our continuing efforts to chart a new path forward. So this is going to be a great program. I can't wait to hear what these speakers have to say. And it's my great pleasure and honor to invite Margaret Sancho, the USAID Deputy Mission Director for Egypt, to come up to the stage and moderate this fantastic panel and introduce the panelists. So give her a big round of applause. And I'll be back in a little while.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Medina, and good afternoon to everyone. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you this afternoon to moderate this session on climate and gender. Before we jump into our panel, I just have a few remarks I'd like to give to talk a little bit more about USAID's work in Egypt in the region, and perhaps announce a few things that USAID is doing in this space. Again, my name is Margaret Sancho. I'm the Deputy Mission Director for USAID Egypt. And just know that climate change is an enormous challenge for all people all over the world, as we've seen here in the last week here at COP27. But we also know that women and girls bear a disproportionate burden of its impacts. This is due to discriminatory and restrictive laws, customs, and gender norms that really exacerbate the effects of climate change and climate-related disasters. These same laws and gender norms also result in women being underrepresented in decision-making processes related to climate change at all levels of governance. So despite this, women and girls are leading climate change solutions in their communities, even if they don't always get the formal recognition and the formal power or positions to do so. In light of this, USAID, along with its partners, are doing a number of things to address climate change as well as gender equity and equality. Enabling and empowering women as climate leaders is a huge priority for us. USAID's climate strategy, which was launched earlier this year, embeds this work throughout our portfolio, work on climate throughout our portfolio. It includes enabling and empowering women to lead climate actions, and as a key result includes, as a specific target, increasing women's meaningful participation and active leadership in climate action in a minimum of 40 countries. So we're really looking to have a wider impact. In addition, as part of implementation of our national strategy for gender equity and equality, USAID has set a goal to scale our gender-responsive climate programs across all climate-related sectors by the end of fiscal year 2024. This will include supporting our partners to work towards systemic challenges and changes that increase women's meaningful participation and active leadership in climate action for women and girls. USAID is also delivering on these programs, and I'm very pleased to announce several new initiatives that we are embarking upon. So the first one is USAID is dedicating more than $21 million to gender-responsive climate action through the Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund. This will surpass the $14 million COP26 commitment that was made. This includes, thank you. This includes funding to support national governments in developing climate change gender action plans, support a new round of grantees as part of Resilient, Inclusive, and Sustainable Environment, or RISE, challenge to address gender-based violence in environment and climate sectors, a continued commitment to advance women's economic security through promoting women's land rights, and programs to advance green jobs for women's and gender-smart climate information services. This will also include work to ensure that women benefit from an estimated 29 million jobs that will be created by the renewable sector by 2050. Our Engendering Industries project supports 30 renewable energy partners to advance gender equality across their workforce. Since joining the program, business leaders in our partnerships have hired and promoted more than 4,300 women. So we're already on our way to fulfilling this commitment. And this activities and this focus is not just good for women, it's also good for business. 43% of Engendering Industries intensive program company partners report improved business performance after participating in the program, which they attribute specifically to increased gender equality. So getting women into the workforce, getting them involved, having them be a part of the process. The second announcement I'd like to make is USAID is launching the Egyptian Pioneers Program, which will aim to build a more inclusive and capable Egyptian workforce, while also contributing to climate change goals such as environment and energy. So please first join me in a round of applause for some of the key people and individuals who have helped to make this happen and who are in the audience today. As announced before, we have our U.S. Chargé d'Affaires ad interim, Ambassador Daniel Rubenstein, who is with us. We also have the president of the American University in Cairo, AUC, Dr. Ahmed Dalal, who is with us. And in partnership with Egypt's Ministry of Higher Education and the Ministry of International Cooperation, together with the American University in Cairo. This program will include leadership and professional training, undergraduate and postgraduate scholarships, and study abroad programs in the United States for more than 500 Egyptian women. So we're really, really excited about this and so happy to work with our great partner, AUC. This program will ensure that Egypt has the workforce it needs to follow through on its commitments and goals. Women and youth who are currently underrepresented in leadership positions and disproportionately affected by climate change will be a key integrated part and component of this program. And the program will work systemically to eliminate the barriers in place that prevent women from participating in senior leadership, putting more women in the position to make decisions on matters that affect them the most, and that is critical. The final announcement that I would like to quickly mention is I'm also pleased to mention USAID's Climate Gender Equity Fund. USAID is launching its new gender-responsive climate finance facility, which will leverage the private sector and its funding to scale climate finance that advances gender equitable climate actions. This includes a new 5-year partnership with Amazon with initial seed funding at $6 million. This new initiative will increase access to climate finance for women-led climate organizations, as well as businesses that advance gender equitable climate solutions in the least developed countries around the world. USAID and Amazon will work together to secure at least $60 million in additional funding, so it will have a significant leverage. So we're joining together to affirm that this is a critical issue in climate, and we invite others to join us. Can we challenge ourselves to together mobilize this $60 million, knowing that women are not getting these critical resources? And that's a very important point to remember. At USAID, we work with multilateral agencies, the public and private sector, and are excited to invite others to join us in advancing this critical issue. Together, we will catalyze gender-responsive investment in technologies, products, and services that will reduce, avoid, or sequester CO2 and other greenhouse gases, and build the resilience of value change and communities. So with that, I want to thank you for giving me the time to talk a little bit about USAID and USG programs. And I'd like to turn it over to some of our experienced and deeply impressive women who have been leading climate action for many years. And so I'd like to call them up to the dais. So first we have Dr. Rebecca Shirley. Dr. Shirley is the Managing Director for Africa and Global Partnerships at the World Resources Institute. She has over 20 years of experience advocating for social and environmental change on both local and international platforms. So welcome, Dr. Shirley. Next, I'd like to invite Beth Roberts. Beth is the director of the Center for Women's Land Rights at Landesa. She is a law, policy, and gender practitioner who works to strengthen gender equality and socially inclusive rights to land and productive assets. And we also have Lorena Aguilar. Lorena is the executive director of the Kaschak Institute for Social Justice for Women and Girls at Binghamton University. She is a global leader and passionate about human rights, inclusion, and sustainable development, with over 3 decades of strategic contributions to national and international policies. So let's give our panel a hand again. Okay, why don't we dig into the questions here? And my first question is going to be for Dr. Shirley. So, Dr. Shirley, you've had a long career developing clean, reliable, and affordable energy systems. This includes the current work that you have at WRI, supporting local partners and governments in Africa to advance sustainable cities and other critical conservation issues. Can you speak a little bit about what WRI is doing to advance sustainable cities and what we can do to advance grassroots, gender-responsive climate action in Africa?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Margaret, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for turning out. There's many other places that you could be right now. Thank you for joining us on this session on this such an important topic. I'm from the World Resources Institute. For those of you that we haven't met yet, We are an international research institution that focuses at the heart of climate, nature, and people. We've been working in Africa for longer than many of us in the room have probably been alive. We've been in Africa for almost 40 years, predominantly working in the space originally of forests and forest safeguarding and restoration, and more recently in the space of cities and urbanization. Of course, this is a big challenge on the continent given the rate of urbanization that we're starting to see. So in cities, we do a lot of work on energy access and trying to deliver some of the basic sort of prerequisites to sustainable city development, sustainable city expansion. So we do a lot of work on energy access and clean cooking. We do a lot of work on urban greenery with cities for forests and urban green space. We do a lot of work on urban mobility. But what I'd like to talk today about is our work on urban air pollution and air quality. This is an issue that goes oftentimes under discussed, of course, and there are many direct linkages to climate, but we often are not talking about this issue. And it's a very significant issue for Africa, given the level of urbanization, as I mentioned, that's happening right now. In fact, in that urbanization then leads to high rates of motorization, i.e. number of vehicles per capita in some of our major cities. And we're not just talking the major cities, also the secondary cities, our towns. We're seeing this level of motorization increasing really across the continent in our urban spaces. And what that means is that because of our affordability challenge, which really challenges many of our SDG goals, the affordability gap, the challenge there means that most of this motorization is happening with second-hand vehicles. So we're expected to double our vehicle fleet between now and 2040, right? This vehicle fleet that we've been building since the 1900s, and we're going to double it in the next 20 years. And most of that is going to be through second-hand vehicles coming from the EU, coming from the US, and coming from Japan. And so what this means is that the continent is motorizing on second-hand vehicles from the rest of the world, internal combustion engine vehicles that are not wanted anywhere else. That's what we're now starting to motorize with. So I'm seeing some of you are already ahead of me on what that means for urban air quality in our newly developing urban regions and urban zones. So this is an issue that we have to get ahead of rather than try to clean up behind. And that brings me to the work that we're doing with the support of USAID. USAID has launched the Clean Air Catalyst, which is a program that seeks to advance action on air quality in urban spaces. And it's being led by a consortium of partners, including ourselves, the World Resources Institute, as well as our partners, the Environmental Defense Fund. I think one or two of our partners is here with us. So we're doing work in 3 major cities across the globe. Jakarta in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, where we have a big presence. In Indore in India. And of course in Nairobi, Kenya, where I live, where I've just come from. And what we're doing in these 3 cities is taking a 3-pronged approach. So one is we have to start with the science and the data, because we know virtually nothing about what air quality looks like in our African cities. We know generally in aggregate terms, but with doing air quality work, you have to know what's happening at the micro level, almost at the neighborhood level, because there are very different exposures to particulate matter, to NOxes, to SOxes at the community level, depending on what industrial activity and what transport and traffic congestion looks like in those particular communities, XYZ. We have very little of that level of monitoring happening across the continent. And we also have very few models that can help us turn that into targeted action at the community level. So that's our first step. The second step is then using that information and our understanding of the disparity of air quality impact and exposure to then develop solutions. And of course, thirdly, to work with local partners to build coalitions and consortiums that can address and that can deliver action. So just as an example, what we're doing in Nairobi, we've worked with the Nairobi City Council, the city government, and with the National Environmental Management Authority to actually start doing some of this monitoring work at the local level. And just recently, we were able to help form the multi-stakeholder committee, and through that, a Nairobi Air Quality Working Group, the first of its kind on the continent that focuses on research and science, that focuses on regulation and policy, and that focuses on health and community. So that's what's happening. And of course, as the research shows us, air quality affects mostly those informal communities that are at higher risk of exposure because of the nature of the work that they do, which we know are predominantly women and youth. And so there's a connection here between the gender angle, the health angle, and the climate change angle. All of this is going to be oil and gas, particularly oil, if we don't get ahead of the situation. So you can see the triangulation there and why we feel that air quality is such an integral entry point into advancing opportunities for women and youth across the continent. So I'll leave it there, Margaret, but I can say more when we get back to Q&A.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shirley. Now we have the next question. I'd like to go to Beth. So Landesa, in partnership with the Department of State, is supporting women-led civil society organizations in Bangladesh and Colombia to promote women's land rights and advance their economic security. So considering agriculture and adaptation are such significant issues in the world today and here at COP27, can you speak a little bit about how you see women's land rights connected to advancing sustainable agriculture and adaptation efforts? It's a mouthful. Over to you.
Absolutely. Can you all hear me? Great. Thank you so much, Margaret. And happy Gender Day, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you all today. So for those of you who are not familiar with Landesa, we are an international land rights organization. We work primarily in sub-Saharan Africa and South and Southeast Asia. We work directly with governments, civil society and communities, indigenous peoples and local community groups to secure land tenure and governance as a mechanism, a lever for sustainable development, for social justice, and for climate action. So I want to highlight 3 points. So first, we have significant and growing evidence that women's land tenure security is foundational and integral to sustainable agriculture and adaptation, but also to resilience and mitigation efforts. Second, there are increasingly strong legal frameworks for women's land rights from international to national levels that can undergird climate action. And third, the work that is needed now is for governments to implement gender equitable land tenure rights as a foundational enabler of climate action. So this is the focus of the Stand for Her Land campaign that Landesa is co-leading with support from the U.S. Department of State Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues. So first, some examples of evidence. We have reports from scientific bodies supporting the Rio Conventions, including the IPCC's 6th assessment report, which was released earlier this year, which mentions tenure security 58 times. The IPCC report that's specific to land, and the IPPBES report, which was released earlier in July. And all of these underscore tenure rights for indigenous peoples and local communities, and underscore that they're crucial for biodiversity conservation and sustainable agriculture, which in turn are crucial for staying under 1.5 degrees Celsius and are crucial for a sustainable future following an energy transition. At Landesa, we've categorized the evidence on how land rights are specifically for women within indigenous communities and local communities can contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation into 3 primary pathways. So the first is sustainable management of forest resources. The second is long-term investments in land, including soil regeneration. And the third is an increased range of response options to climate impacts, which are enabled by stronger land rights. So this could include access to credit, and inputs and off-farm labor opportunities that increase income. So in addition to adaptation and mitigation, these effects of stronger tenure for women can also contribute to greater resilience capacities, more sustainable agricultural practices, greater food security and nutrition, greater opportunity in terms of education and health, greater spending on those from within the household. And this in turn can lead to greater peace and security, including through reduced rural to urban migration and reduced cross-border migration. So this leads me to my second point on legal frameworks. We've seen a groundswell of recognition of women's land rights as a fundamental to climate action, to gender equality, to sustainable development, and to human rights. Women's land rights are now enshrined in the Generation Equality Framework, the SDGs, numerous human rights frameworks, and were widely agreed upon globally a decade ago in the voluntary guidelines on the governance of tenure. We've seen uptake of gender-progressive land policy in Africa, adoption of guarantees of and provisions for equal rights to land, housing, and property for women in constitutions, legislation, policies, and regulations in countries around the globe over the last few decades. And we've seen development partner recognition of women's land rights as a climate action enabler, including in the USAID climate strategy. And this leads me to my third point on implementation. We now need to accelerate efforts on securing land tenure rights and strengthening land governance as part of an integrated approach to achieve climate action in rural areas, which will include sustainable agriculture, but also to achieve gender equality. So the Stand for Her Land campaign is supporting coalitions of grassroots actors in Bangladesh and Colombia to advocate and collaborate at the national level, building on existing efforts for women's land rights tenure. And it's creating the forums and providing the resources for grassroots actors to catalyze government action on women's land rights and stronger land governance. And we're also bringing that call to UN bodies, including here at COP, to call attention for the need for gender equitable land tenure rights and governance to be integrated in UNFCCC decisions and in nationally determined contributions. So I want to close by calling attention to a current risk and a current opportunity for land tenure rights by highlighting the land report gap, which was just released by the University of Melbourne, which finds that government's current targets for carbon removals could push ecosystems, land rights, and food security to the brink because they require new land area equivalent to 50% of the world's croplands. The report emphasizes that climate pledges should focus on protecting and restoring existing ecosystems. So the takeaway is that we need to secure gender equitable land tenure rights to achieve effective climate action and to secure human rights. Thank you so much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth. So now we'll go to Lorena. And so, Lorena, you have been working on a gender action plan methodology and are currently working on implementing this action plan with the government of Guatemala. So I was hoping that you could talk a little bit about how this action plan is assisting governance in mitigating climate change and enhancing the resilience of women and men throughout the country. So over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I think we need to start with a little bit of history before I talk about the Guatemala CCGAP, Climate Change Gender Action Plan. Long before we had gender days, long before we had 104 decisions on gender under UNFCCC, USAID believed that there was a need to make a linkage between gender and climate change. And it was during the Obama administration that the first grant was provided to understand those linkages. And a lot of what you see today was thanks to that money that today has been enhanced by the Biden administration. So I think that is fundamental. And from the heart, from a lot of women from developing countries, thank you. Thank you for that. So the CCGAP is this very unique methodology developed by IUCN many years ago. And what it does is that it takes the good intentions that we're discussing here into reality to make it happen. And it's built on 5 steps, let's call it like that. A very intense research part in which we understand what are the laws, how are the country linking gender, climate change, for example, in their NDCs, in their NAPs, in the different efforts that they're doing. But the most important part is when we have 2 different events. We bring women from all around the countries, and this is also true for, we have already done 28 of these CCGAPs, being Guatemala the last one. So these women first gather together to try to understand what does climate change means to their life. At the beginning, we didn't divide the women from the rest, but then women were sitting in a workshop saying, red, why are you so interested on that color? We say, no, it's not a color. It's a mechanism. So we finally understood that we first need to bring the women for them to understand what is IPCC, what is climate change, what are the discussions. So from their perspective, they can really identify actions. Then we have a major national event, and then you come up with very incredible solutions. So the solutions are not the typical ones. We really push for innovation, to really looking at the right eyes, innovation, inclusion, implementation, all the right eyes to work on climate change. So we just finished, 10 days ago, the CCGAP of Guatemala. It was incredible, but let me share you some of the things that the women came up for. It has 5 different sectors, the CCGAP, that are the 5 sectors that the NDC of Guatemala has identified. So on energy, we were talking about STEM. the women said, we want a program that is called Ingenious Girls with Energy, to encourage them to pursue STEAM careers. Coastal marine issues, that is very close to your heart. They said, we want a comprehensive school, empowerment of the sea. They want to make the sea theirs because they have been a lot of norms and restrictions, but they also want to empower themselves throughout using the sea in a more sustainable way. They talk about rainwater catchment systems, having shops in which you can go and find 10 different techniques, and then the women's can help you decide which are the best ones. So I invite you to look at the CC gaps. We have, as I said, IUCN has developed 28, Peru and Guatemala supported fully by USAID. This is where you find implementation. This is where we can make a change. And that change can happen thanks for the support that we have gotten from USAID. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorena. And it's so exciting to hear about the practical implementation of a plan such as this one. So I think that's often the challenge, is thinking about how do you actually get out there and do it. So that's a very great example to learn from. We're also fortunate to be joined today in the audience by Marlene Oliva. She is the coordinator of the Ministry of Environment and Resources in Guatemala and the National Gender and Climate Focal Point to the UNFCCC for Guatemala. Marlene is the lead for the government of Guatemala for Climate Change Gender Action Plan currently being developed together between USAID and IUCN. And so, Lorena, I think you may help me with a little bit of translation. So I just wanted to ask Marlene, from the point of view from the national governments, it's important to integrate gender into the approaches to address climate change. And so what advice would you offer to national governments working to implement gender climate approaches?
Good afternoon. A cordial greeting from the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, Gerson Barrios. For our ministry, the existing gender inequalities in Guatemala represent a fundamental challenge in environmental management and the fight against climate change, since the affects women and men differently. To address these inequities, the state is obligated to develop government policies, strategies, plans, and measures with differentiated approach so that women and men have access to use and conservation of natural goods and services to reduce the gap of exclusion and marginalization that exists in the Guatemala pollution. For this reason, we are in the process building our Gender and Climate Change Action Plan, thanks to the support for USAID and IUCN, to be able to address climate change in a differentiated way. The most important thing is that this plan is built with the priorities of Guatemala in the NDC. Like Guatemala, we invite countries to develop and implement instruments to address gender and climate change with gender-responsive consideration, where women improve their quality of life. For our communities, this is a matter of life or death. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. And I think that your point that you made about the plan reflects the priorities of Guatemala. It reflects the priorities of the government is a very critical piece of implementation. So thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, I've got just two more questions, and this is for all of the panelists who would like to opine. So one question I have is, so addressing the climate crisis requires many different levels of engagement, from grassroots to gatherings of world leaders like the one that has brought us here today. What do you think your role is as a leader in combating climate change, and what is the responsibility of governments and multilateral actions in this effort? Why don't we start with the first question, and maybe we can get one or two responses. So Dr. Shirley?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think as a research institution, we have to focus in on the role that science plays in developing locally led adaptation policies and strategies. We have very little science on the continent that helps us understand what are the kinds of changes and activities that need to happen at the ecosystem level. Similarly with with mobility, with energy access, with air pollution as we're talking about. So a focus on science is so critical. Right now we spend, of all of the finance that's flowing into climate change oriented research, 4% of it comes to Africa, and 75% of that finance stays in countries where it's come from, but they're doing the research on Africa. So very, very, very little is spent on science in Africa, and therefore women scientists in Africa. So that's one major thing that I think that we need to do, because it's going to circle all the way back to, we have very little data going in, the policies and the models, and therefore the policies coming out will only be as good as the data that goes in. So that's one major thing, is supporting women in science. And when you were at the podium, I was taking note of all of the initiatives that you mentioned, and truly I think there has to be thanks given to USAID for seeing that important focus that's needed of women in science. The second thing I would say is we have an opportunity and a responsibility to put women in the decision-making seats around the agenda setting. And part of supporting women in science, and African women in science in particular, minority women in science, is part of that. But also, for instance, what we did with our working group that I mentioned in Nairobi, which has a number of committees, women are at the forefront of each of those committees, and therefore deciding the agenda of what each of those committees is going to focus on, very similar to what you were just describing. And that then means that the integrated approaches that come out of our committees and the solutions that come out of them are going to already be designed with the household, with the woman, with the youth in mind, rather than trying to mainstream that, as we like to say in development talk later on, right? So I think those are two things, especially as a research into action institution, that we can always be lobbying for, is please support more science on the continent, please support women in science on the continent, and please put women in the decision-making seat, because then everything else kind of flows from there.
Thank you. Beth, over to you.
Sure. Yeah, I can speak quickly to this. So Landesa works from global to grassroots levels, so along that whole vertical axis. So, one of our goals with the Stand for Her Land campaign is really to channel resources to grassroots actors. So we've heard about this a lot at the COP. There are not enough resources getting to grassroots organizations. So not even to civil society organizations that are women-led at the national level, certainly not enough to grassroots organizations that are women-led within countries that are really leading this work. Examples like the Kilimanjaro Initiative on women's land tenure have been leading the charge. The initiatives like that one are the reason that there are legal frameworks in place for women's land tenure across the world. So the Stand for Land campaign is really about supporting those organizations, really about building on that work that's already been done and making sure that governments are now doing the work to implement the frameworks that have been put in place. So that's one big priority and one role that I see for me as a leader in the climate space. I'm a lawyer and a policy practitioner. So in that arena, one of my roles is to drive coherence. At the national level, we often do not see land ministries talking to gender ministries, talking to ministries of environment, talking to ministries of energy, talking to ministries of finance and trade. So we need greater coherence for an integrated approach to rural development. We need that at the national level. We also need that at the global level. We often don't have the Rio conventions talking to each other about biodiversity protection, about land restoration, about what climate action looks like from an integrated approach. We often don't have a cohesive conversation about what mitigation looks like, about what emissions reduction looks like, with a nature-based approach as well as a energy transition. So coherence is one of our focuses as well. And then finally, I'm a gender practitioner. So in terms of shifting power, in terms of transforming the social norms that prevent women from realizing their rights to land at the ground level, that is one of our key priorities as well. And then quickly to the point on what are the responsibilities of governments. Governments are duty bearers. Governments are responsible for implementing all of these frameworks, and they desperately need our support from multilateral institutions. So what can multilateral institutions do? Mobilize resources and support on all of these priorities as well.
Thank you. Lorena,
thank you.
Comments from you.
Well, as I said before, we have already a broad international agreements when it comes to gender and climate change, but it needs to be really taken down to the country level and the community levels. But these have to be tailor-made, because it's different to talk about gender and transport, gender and energy, gender and agriculture when it comes to combat climate change. You cannot talk about climate change as a whole issue. You need differentiated aspects. Now, in this whole process of this transition that we're calling to lower societies with lower emissions, we have to remember that not everything that is green is just. And that we really need to understand what that just part means. Women, we are 3.65 billion people. We should be a great solution when it comes to climate change. Living outside that power, it's a little bit on the ridiculous side of not using this. But we need the understanding, we need the tools, we need the know-how. And that's where the work that we're doing, such as the CC Gap, really takes that and brings it to the different sector. I mean, Guatemala has chosen 5 sectors, but there are other countries that link gender, climate change, and transport. So we need that wealth of knowledge. Yes, we need that research. Yes, we need the politicians. When I was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I had to fight for a lot of the recommendations that you see here today under UNFCCC, but we also need to take that to the ground with resources, with knowledge, with capacity. And unless that happens soon, as Marlene was saying, there is, I mean, we have seen 18 years of rollback because of COVID. Unfortunately, there's no vaccine against gender inequality. So it's time for action today. There's no more waiting.
Thank you to all three of you. And in the moments we have left, just very quickly, we've had a chance to connect with all of you as leaders in the climate space. We've had an opportunity to engage with women and girls, young women and girls here at COP27, women from across the globe, to learn from their expertise in reducing emissions and climate resilient communities. In the few moments that we have remaining, before I hand it back over to Assistant Secretary Medina, what opportunity excites you the most moving forward? And if you could keep your comments just very, very brief, if you have a sentence that you'd like to say.
I think we're getting to a point, and I'm speaking from the point of view of Africa and the diaspora, where we're seeing the interlinkages between our challenges more clearly almost every year. And that means that we're going to be able to move faster on hitting those leverage points. What this COP is teaching me, and is the word that's coming from me out of this COP, is partnership. I'm excited about a lot of the partnership opportunities that I'm seeing because, of course, some things move faster and some things move slower. Let's move with the things that are moving faster. I think partnerships is something that really excites me about the future.
I'll echo Rebecca on partnerships. I'm really thrilled with all of the great momentum around gender and climate at this COP. I think for us, I mentioned Bangladesh and Colombia for Stand for Our Land. We're also working in Senegal, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. And we're seeing incredible momentum around women's land tenure and women's land tenure linked with water, linked with agriculture, linked with all kinds of other women's rights organizations. So really excited about the momentum that's building there. We're also thrilled to be partnered with the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. So working to build awareness of the links between land degradation neutrality and tenure, and working to implement tenure with all of the states parties signed up to the UNCCD as well. So really thrilled about that opportunity too.
What excites me the most is the linkage between rights and combating climate change. They are one of the actions. You cannot separate them. I see the wall with all the MDGs. You cannot mobilize one without really having an impact on the other ones. So that's what excites me, that we can really combat climate change while we provide the rights and improve the rights of those that have lost them or do not have them.
Well, again, thank you to our panelists. I'm very excited to hear about what you've all said and also to see your leadership. I think now I will hand it back over to Assistant Secretary Medina in order to give her final remarks. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can.
Thank you all. What inspiring remarks. You are tremendous leaders, each and every one of you. And I want to thank you for all that you've said. We've learned I think, some fundamental lessons, which is at the heart of this, it's about gender equality. It starts with gender equality. And I'll hearken back to our first female Secretary of State, our first foreign minister who was a woman, who said that women have to lift each other up. So I want to take a minute here to thank these women, and I want to thank some others that have been here this week from our government, including Administrator Samantha Power of USAID, who was here a few days ago and was tremendous in talking about all our work in these areas. And I know she would be so grateful to you for mentioning USAID's important role in this. I want to thank Dr. Jane Lubchenko, who's one of the leaders in our Office of Science and Technology Policy. I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, our Speaker of the House, who was here, and Kamala Harris, our Vice President, who leads the way in U.S. We know that when women lead in science, when women lead on land rights and equal property rights, and when women lead in communities, we can succeed. In the end, we know that when women lead, there are better climate outcomes. And it's not just me saying that. There are studies that show it. Women do have a way of providing for everyone to benefit from what we need in order to solve this climate crisis. And I want to thank, last but not least, by thanking the women back home who helped make this possible. I want to thank my friend Jen Klein, who leads our White House Office of Women and Girls, and Jennifer Grossman, who I know is listening back home in D.C., who organized this fantastic panel in our office in OES back at the State Department. So I want to again ask you all to give these incredible women and all the women around the world who are working on this issue on Gender Day and every day, thank you all. Thank you for being here, and thanks to this fantastic panel.
That concludes our event on Our Climate Future is Female. Please join us at 3 o'clock for Island and International Partnerships for a Net Zero and Climate Resilient Future. Thank you.
We'll be getting started in just 2 minutes here, folks, so if people can start taking their seats, that'd be great. Thank you. 2 minutes. Hello and welcome to Island and International Partnerships for a Net Zero and Climate Resilient Future. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ron Benioff, Laboratory Program Manager for International Programs at the National Renewable Energy Lab.
All right, let's start with a round of applause. So, welcome everybody. I'm really thrilled to be here and to have an amazing group of panelists. Welcome to this event on Island and International Partnerships for a Net Zero and Climate Resilient Future. We'd like to extend our appreciation to the U.S. Center for hosting this event, to the Local 2030 Islands Network, to the Renewable Energy for Latin America and Caribbean Initiative, more commonly known as RELAC, for their amazing efforts together with the Local 2030 Network to combat climate change and bring us all together through a collective approach. We also would like to particularly thank the Department of State for their support for both initiatives and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for their strong collaboration in organizing this important dialogue and supporting these key initiatives. I'd especially like to acknowledge our exceptional group of panelists and speakers that we'll hear from shortly, who will be sharing their insights with us from island nations, from federal agencies, from multilateral development banks, and island and international partnerships on the journey that we're all taking together to a safe, climate-resilient future. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you participants on behalf of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the U.S. government, and NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Our discussion today addresses the immense potential and impact that international partnerships can have as they harness the collective energy of people working together, setting common goals, challenging each other, becoming front runners, and serving as inspiring models for replication and learning to help increase and achieve greater climate ambition and sustainable development. There's strong evidence that bringing together local and national and international initiatives, such as the Local 2030 Network and RELAC, create these self-growing and sustaining peer learning spaces where people can learn about the latest innovations, can access lessons from those who are front runners and insights, and have availability to state-of-the-art analysis tools, technical assistance, and advisory support, and achieve much more rapidly transition towards decarbonization goals than would be possible by acting individually. It's also especially important to improve access to this type of learning and services to smaller or developing nations so they can truly leapfrog to the most advanced, sustainable, climate-resilient futures. The international, especially island partnerships, help to amplify the voices of small nations that might not achieve as much attention or support due to their size, their economic status, or geographic location, and to level them up at an equal platform and an equal voice with larger nations. And we're thrilled to be part of an effort to work with island nations and to work with Latin American countries on these regional initiatives. The partnerships that we'll hear more about, such as RELAC and the Local 2030 Island Network, they also connect countries with institutions such as NOAA and NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, to access state-of-the-art data, models, training programs, facilities for testing and validating technologies, and work on policy innovations to serve as test laboratories for their innovative ideas and to provide advice and assistance in deploying leading solutions that can accelerate their journey to a climate-resilient future. And we're very happy to be part of this effort and to offer customized and tailored support to countries and island nations. Responding to the global climate challenge requires an unprecedented level of international collaboration. And by working together in an equitable, inclusive manner, and we'll hear more about through these efforts, and by helping to challenge each other to work on more ambitious efforts, to test innovative approaches, and to leapfrog to the latest technologies, we can more quickly reach our shared goals, and we can overcome some of the disciplinary, geographic, and political boundaries that constrain our progress when we just work within our borders. So through our discussions here today, we'll highlight some examples of how such country-to-country, local, and international and regional cooperation in fact increase ambition, accelerate the pace towards decarbonization, and ensure that no country is left behind in our global effort to tackle climate change, and that together we can achieve more, our voice is louder, and our impact is greater. So without further ado, it's now a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Richard Spinrad, who's the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere at the National and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Administrator, to present some introductory words. Dr. Spinrad.
Thank you, Ron. Guests and distinguished colleagues and good friends, good afternoon. Welcome on behalf of NOAA, NREL, and the U.S. government. I am honored to be with you here today to extend my appreciation and thanks to the esteemed group joining us in the roundtable today. The Honorable Gustav N. Aitaro, good to see you again, sir. Assistant Secretary and my friend Monica Medina, Dr. Madrigal, and Ms. Ezra Christopher, welcome. I'd also like to thank the Climate Envoy of the Netherlands, His Royal Highness Prince Jaime de Bourbon de Parme, who's going to share a few words with us after my initial comments. And finally, a special thanks to Ron and our colleagues at NREL. It's really been a pleasure working with you to organize this event. At a venue like this, it almost goes without saying that many of our great ocean states face some shared challenges as a result of climate change. Impacts related to such phenomena as sea level rise, more frequent and severe extreme events, and the increasing acidification of the world's oceans threatens the very well-being of island communities, ecosystems, economies, and cultures. Islands are also at the forefront of addressing the climate crisis, working together to harness both traditional and scientific knowledge and technology to support innovative solutions and move towards sustainable and low-carbon pathways. Partnerships, such as the Local 2030 Islands Network, seek to integrate national and local priorities and values and create inclusive and equitable partnerships that foster the co-development, keyword co-development, of knowledge and shared learning across boundaries. Let me just say a quick word about my own agency, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We are dedicated at NOAA to understanding and predicting changes in the world's climate, weather, oceans, and coasts, and sharing this knowledge with others to enhance resilience and ecosystem management. NOAA has a special connection to islands. We are proud to support the Local 2030 Islands Network by providing technical expertise, data, as well as information to its participants in partnership with the U.S. Department of State and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. For example, at NOAA, we work to develop new capabilities with the network's Data for Climate Resiliency Community of Practice to translate climate data into impactful indicators for data-driven decision-making, management application, and adaptation plans through a series of seminars and workshops. I'm sure this audience finds it as no surprise that sometimes the rather dry outputs of our models and our research studies are not necessarily immediately executable, so that translation function is critical. We draw from our own data and information sources, as well as those developed by other international networks and partnerships in the Pacific, to link climate information to island-identified priorities, such as food security, coastal resilience, and public health and safety. We do this through a variety of programs, such as NOAA's Coral Reef Watch and the Global Historical Climatology of monitoring stations and sea level rise information, as well as the Pacific Islands Climate Change Monitor. Now, providing these data and the information to international networks and partners is one of the ways in which NOAA supports President Biden's emergency plan for adaptation and resilience, known as PREPARE. PREPARE was launched just over a year ago at this same conference in Glasgow and reflects the truly unprecedented commitment of the United States to increasing support for vulnerable nations. We are committed to working with our U.S. federal agencies and other partners to advance this important initiative. Global scale cooperation is fundamental to raising and achieving climate ambition. When it comes to developing adaptive solutions, country-led regional and topical networks can promote meaningful exchanges and collaboration among stakeholders and scientists, and foster the co-development of products, knowledge, information, and decision-making to meet the priorities of the respective members. It is clear that one size does not fit all when it comes to combating climate change. But if we design our efforts well, we have a lot to learn from each other by working together across national boundaries. The two international partnerships that we're highlighting here today are examples of the types of collaboration that can help us do just that. And I'm looking forward to exploring these issues in the coming hour. Ron, I hand the floor back to you and say thank you for this opportunity to share some perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spinrad, and I think it's really inspiring to hear kind of the really wealth of resources and the commitment that NOAA has made to sharing the technical knowledge, the data, the models that are available, and really this focus on co-creation and tailored solutions. Thank you for your leadership and support. It's now my distinct honor to introduce His Royal Highness Jaime de Bourbon de Parme, the Climate Envoy of the Netherlands.
No, it's good to be here, and if we look at small island states, they've been ringing the bell of alarm for years and years and years, and slowly we started to listen. Climate scientists have been ringing the bell for years and years as well, but the big example where you see things happening on the negative side are the small island states. But now with this platform, it's also the example of what you can do looking forward, where you can go. So it's not just the victim side, but actually the action side where we can make a difference. And that's why we really like this initiative. Now, the Netherlands, you think it's a country in Europe, which is partly true. But the other part of the country, of the kingdom, is in the Caribbean. We have 3 countries there under the kingdom's hat, say. It's the Aruba, Curaçao, and Sint Maarten, and with 3 municipalities of the Netherlands, Bonaire, Sint-Eustatius, and Saba, who are all there. And 3 of them already joined this initiative by themselves. It's Aruba, Curaçao, and Bonaire. They're already part of this initiative. And the local 2030 Island Initiative. And some examples that already happened really in the spirit of this collaboration. In Bonaire, we started climate roundtables, which is all about governance, multi-stakeholder partnerships to figure out what's the problem and what are the different solutions going forward. And in Curaçao, we developed the Living Lab, and actually the founding father of it is sitting here in the group. Albert, thanks for being with us. And it's all about climate action and green innovation to really foster a way forward. And the country, the Netherlands, in Europe, has now decided to join this initiative so that it can help its islands move forward with renewable energy. So I just wanted to mention that here. Small applause, but that would really help us to go forward. We are going to invest into renewable energy in these islands. And for instance, to make it fit for purpose in these islands, we're seeing, for instance, with wind-powered renewable energy, how can we make them hurricane resistant? What's the new technology around that to make it possible? That's something we don't need in the North Sea in Europe, but we might need in the Caribbean. So these things. In Europe, we're looking at circular economy. How can we recycle the wind parks, etc. So all that new technology comes together, and these islands are living labs, as you said, where you can put that into practice. So again, congratulations for the platform. Thank you for having us as part of this initiative. And you'll see from this initiative will help us help our islands, but then we hope that islands will help islands going forward, and that's actually our main objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness, and we're incredibly grateful to you and the Netherlands for joining the partnership and the opportunity to learn together, as you said, countries and islands learning together and advancing progress. So thank you for joining the partnership. I'd now like to invite our panelists to come up on the stage, and we'll turn this more into an interactive discussion. And as they sit down, I'll introduce them. Starting as closest to me, we have a tremendous pleasure to have with us the Honorable Gustav Aitaro, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of State in the Republic of Palau. So thank you so much for joining us, Minister. Next to him is Assistant Secretary Monica Medina, who heads the Bureau of Oceans and International and Environmental and Scientific Affairs at the Department of State, and who is a key champion and supporter of the work we're hearing. Thank you for your support, Monica. Next to her is Ezra Christopher, who is a Monitoring and Evaluation Officer in the Department of Environment from Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you for joining us, Ezra. Dr. Spinrad is next to her, and then next to Dr. Spinrad is Dr. Marcelino Madrigal, the head of the Energy Division and the Electric Mobility Group in the Inter-American Development Bank. All right, so now we'll get into some fun discussion. So I'll ask 3 questions. We'll ask each panelist to respond to the first question, and then we'll move on from there. So the international community has gathered here in Sharm el-Sheikh to continue the vital work that from the commitments made in Paris and subsequent COPs and high-level forums. And with 1 week of COP now behind us, we'd like to dive a little deeper and get your insights on what are other ways that our countries and institutions can extend beyond our boundaries and truly work together to support these overarching goals and make our commitments, our cultures, our economies, and our ecosystems more resilient as we pursue net zero sustainable development. So can you share with us some opportunities for partnerships provided by the initiatives that we're speaking about today, the Local Island 2030 Network and RELAC, that excite you and that you feel are critically important? and we'll start with Minister Ataro.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First off, I would like to thank the government of the United States. This initiative, as was mentioned by Dr. Richard, provides the opportunity and the platform that actually brings these initiatives down to the community level. We're here at the COP27 for a week. Before we came here, we were in our oceans in Palau, and that I'd like to thank the United States. And it's a good example of partnership. Partnership from a developed country to a country that's on the forefront of the effects and impacts of climate change. And this initiative really provides us the opportunity to not showcase, because we're not here to showcase. We're here to voice out our concerns, voice out our very existence that might be diminishing in the next 10 to 15 years. So I really appreciate this initiative because it brings up to, when you say local, to us Palauans, it's the culture, as you mentioned earlier. Because without that initiative that brings us to the partnership closer down to the local level, it will be meaningless for all of us, especially us in the islands. So, again, thank you very much. I'll share the experiences, and of course, our president has mentioned so many times, and as I mentioned in my statement at the UNGA, how many times do we have to rebuild a house? But then one thing that I forgot to mention was, how do I explain to our young people, our youth, what was the very cause of this? It's climate change. So I was very appreciative when we were meeting in New York. Special Envoy Kerry was there. And he appreciated that, yes, please make a louder voice. But through this mechanism that's been an initiative with the United States and other partnerships, allows us the platform to, resound our voice again. And from here I applaud, and I also implore upon partnerships is the most important initiative or aspect that I see in this initiative. And again, I appreciate the partnership. The United States, it took a long time for us to bring the oceans to Palau. We were very afraid, but at the end, our visitors that came to Palau realized that the climate change impact is here and now. And right the month after, Madam, the Foreign Secretary of Germany visited Palau personally to see the impacts because of the climate change, and our voices that our partners helped us, make our voices louder. So again, thank you very much. It's the partnership that is the most important for us, and I appreciate this initiative. Will provide the platform for us as a partner and as a collaborating partner with that we can, as you mentioned, Your Excellency, we will also help other islands. Like the farmers in Palau say, it takes a farmer to teach a farmer. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, and we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you. So now turn to Assistant Secretary Medina.
So thank you very much. It's great to be a part of this panel with these wonderful practitioners. I'm really thrilled to be a part of it. I feel a little bit like a mom whose baby just turned 1, because last year Rick and I were together to launch, we went digging in our budgets to find some funding for the Islands 2030 network in particular. So I'll talk about that one and RELAC, our other partnership, and 2 things that we're doing, I think, that are practical. The first one in Islands 2030, we've already had a couple of meetings of the organization, and what we love to see is the peer-to-peer exchange of information, the sharing of knowledge and traditional knowledge in particular, because we have so much that we can learn from traditional knowledge. And I know going to Palau, the first time I was there, I was so struck by the concept of bull, conserving in order to have better fisheries management, closing areas in order to bring them back to health. And that kind of traditional knowledge, how important that is for centuries, for millennia, really, I think, makes an impression on the rest of the world. And then with respect to RELAC, the other partnership, the one in the Caribbean that we have been spearheading in the U.S. government, I'll say that one of the things that is exciting to see the island sharing is the concept of dashboards. You know, we talk about data, and it sounds kind of dry. I know Rick and I always try and jazz it up with, and I don't want to steal any of his thunder here. You don't want to steal the Weather Service's thunder. So I'll just say that dashboards are not only a way to share data with the public, but they're also a way to build trust. And that's a really important thing in an agreement like this one that's built on transparency and accountability, building trust among partners and with the communities that they're serving and all over the world that we're all serving is really, really important. So just say things like that are the kinds of really pragmatic solutions we like to see, and we hope will bring more and more to the forefront in these two partnerships, and more that I hope we can build.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, Ms. Christopher.
Can you hear me? Okay. Antigua and Barbuda is a small island developing state, and as a small island developing state, we're very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We also recognize the constraints that we face. We face constraints in terms of human capacity, institutional capacity, technical and technological constraints as well. So we also recognize that we have large transformational goals that we want to achieve. We have set some very ambitious NDC targets, but we recognize that we cannot do it alone. As a small island developing states, we also welcome opportunities to partner with our peers, such as the Local 2030 Network. We do recognize that this is a key opportunity that we can take advantage of to learn from what has been done by others before us, and also to share the local and the evidence gained from our expertise. So we do appreciate this particular forum where we can take advantage of a local knowledge as well as pairing that with some scientific evidence-based studies that could help us in achieving our transformational goals. I also want to say that as Prime Minister Brown noted at the second leaders meeting in New York, transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy is a very low-hanging fruit for small island developing states. So Antigua and Barbuda's top priority is to collaborate with the network on climate change, capacity building and training, and also building some capacity in relation to our blue economy.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yes. We'll now turn to Undersecretary Spinrad.
Thank you. I want to follow on Minister Aitaro's wonderful comments about partnership, because that really is central. And it sounds like just a phrase that we throw around, but the real success in moving forward is going to be based on leveraging each other's capabilities and each other's knowledge. It goes almost without saying in an audience like this that the global ocean doesn't understand geopolitical boundaries. And so the kinds of problems that we're facing globally are felt by us all. They may manifest slightly differently from community to community, but what it means is that we need to think in partnership about where those opportunities lie to find a better way forward. In my opinion, one of the most important things is ocean-based climate solutions. So whether that's nature-based solutions, looking at how to plant more mangroves, more seagrasses to address the issue of carbon in the atmosphere, we all now have learned that the value of marine protected areas, for example, is extraordinary in the sense of managing carbon, if you will. And these ocean-based solutions have manifold benefits, from addressing carbon challenges to also mitigating against severe storms, whether those storms be tropical cyclones or other kinds of events, including tsunamis. And so ocean-based climate solutions is an interesting phrase because it's really ocean-based solutions, period, addressing climate problems as well as many other extremes. The other opportunity, I think, is in the fascinating, extremely interesting aspect of data. And I've got to say, as a technocrat, that The research and scientific efforts associated with new understanding and also associated with monitoring are critical here too. And if you think about it, monitoring is one of those things that does sound very dry, but we cannot do it individually. We have got to do it collectively. We have to have not just shared commitments, we also have to have shared standards, shared protocols, shared ways of moving forward, because each one of us can talk, for example, about the efforts that we are engaged in renewable energy development, offshore wind and other kinds of renewable energy. Without the monitoring efforts, without the understanding of what is happening in the environment now, we won't be able to understand how to do that most effectively. And the third area, other than the ocean-based climate solutions and the research and monitoring, would be regional and global scale initiatives. So what initiatives lend themselves best to uniquely regional efforts, and what initiatives lend themselves best to global solutions? That's not an easy question to answer, but we have to ask that question in order to assign priorities of investment for solutions. And the best way to have that dialogue is in partnership. It does no good for me as the head of a U.S. agency to say, this is what I think the global priorities should be. It's got to be done in partnership, in dialogue with the partners represented here around the room. Thank you.
Thank you. So now to Dr. Madrigal.
Thank you, Ron, and thanks for NREL, the State Department, the U.S. government, and the local island networks for inviting us to this important event. Let me tell you a little bit about the RELAC partnership, which, if you are not familiar with it, in Latin America, our electricity is already produced 59-60% with renewable energy, which is, high above the world average. But the region decided to get together to achieve a higher goal, which is let's do 70% in 2030. So the RELAC initiative is a set of countries aiming at this very specific, crystal clear goal. How these partnerships are helping countries, I think is really the power of peer-to-peer exchange. And let me give you an example. Latin America has been leader in developing auctioning mechanisms to bring large solar, large wind power plants in Colombia, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico, and the big countries. And then when we go to the islands, the Caribbean, Barbados, Jamaica, can I do that? Can I get those prices? My country is really small. How can I do it? The good thing is that since technology has advanced, you can take some of those instruments from the larger countries and adapt them for small islands. So through RELAC initiative and the exchange with the countries, we're now supporting smaller islands to do competitive procurement of renewables to really bring down the cost of solar in small economies, which is still, a challenge. So the power of exchange is really important. One more, managing variability in small islands. The power grid operators are concerned about that. With the RELAC initiative, we're putting together the utility operators of one country with the other. Tell me how you have done it. What are the technical instruments you have put in place to solve the potential issues of variability? And when you hear it from your partner, your colleague at the other utility, at the other regulator or system operator, you realize that you can do it. Instead of me bringing you a consultant report and me from a development bank telling you how to do it. No, go ask your colleague how to do it. So I think really there is a lot of power in exchanging quickly information via partnerships like RELAC and the Islands Initiative. I'll leave it at that, Ron. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think we're hearing now, as we talk through this, amazing examples of how countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are working together to challenge each other to achieve ambitious goals and support each other and collaborate, and how islands are truly leading the way towards a climate resilient, sustainable future. I wondered if I'll ask each panelist to share with us a specific example or two of an accomplishment and progress that is happening through an international partnership and your work that you want to lift up and showcase as an inspiring model for others. Starting with you, Minister Ataro.
Thank you very much. One of our just recent development, and it's an accomplishment, is the government of Germany. Because Palau we have a goal for 2030, 100% renewables. And we just got an agreement with Germany that they will assist us with 20%. Well, that's a start. And that's why it's very important we have these international partnerships. You know, if you can't start from the first step, you can't take on to the second step. So again, you know, that's a major accomplishment for us. You know, this has been our goal ever since back to 12 years, 16 years ago. But finally, we saw some substantial development in our solar panels, or solar project. So we're also here to even voice for any assistance or anybody that can direct us. That's why we're very supportive and very appreciative of this Local 2030, is the partnership, collaboration, the network that my colleague there just mentioned, to share experiences. How do we get these things back to a small island country? You know, at a minimum cost that will not impact our budget and our finances. So I guess that's one of the major accomplishments in terms of Palau's drive towards, you know, its part in ensuring that, you know, renewable energy, 100%, but now we're starting with 20%. So again, you know, thank you very much for that opportunity to showcase that. It may be small in number, but it's an accomplishment that we didn't have last year. So again, thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations on that progress. Definitely something that's inspiring. Assistant Secretary Medina?
Okay, so you've made it hard for me because I have two. Because I have two partnerships to talk about here. So let me talk about one in RELAC in the Caribbean and Latin American. That's 15 countries working together, as we mentioned before. And they are collectively have set a goal of a regional target of 70% of their energy sources in renewables by 2030. And working together, I think, you know, we've learned that if you can solve some of these problems in island nations, you can solve them anywhere. I think they're a great proving ground. When it comes to Islands 2030, they've started a community of practice around sustainable tourism. These are often big island, big ocean nations. You know, that we think of a nation as just its land, but for these islands, their land or their territory, their commerce is as much or more based in the ocean than it is on land. So in these big island nations, tourism is a huge draw, and helping them to understand how to better develop their sustainable tourism is a really important part of developing a sustainable blue economy. So those are just two ways each of these partnerships have worked to find practical solutions that are really helpful to all of them.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Christopher.
Thank you so much. I would say over the years, stakeholders in Antigua and Barbuda have collaborated with NREL. We're continuing discussions with NREL currently. The work that we've done with NREL has also laid the foundation for us to do our just transition. The government has indicated that it wants to do a just transition of the workforce by 2030. We received support from NREL for a workforce development strategy in priority sectors. We also got some guidance in terms of procurement of grid interactive solar PV with battery energy storage systems for schools and clinics in Antigua and Barbuda, which was much needed support for us. We also received assistance for the development of a community solar-based program, and we received some financial support in our sister island of Barbuda. That's $5.6 million for a solar and energy storage system in Barbuda to support the country to rebuild after hurricane impacted that island in 2017.
Yeah, thank you, and it's been a true pleasure to work with you. Dr. Spinrad?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to talk about three partnership developments. One is in Hawaii, where our Cooperative Institute for Marine and Atmospheric Research, CMAR as we call it, the University of Hawaii, was working with the Hawaiian Green Growth and Global Island Partnership to establish a new venue and capability for convening virtual community meetings to help establish the priorities for island-specific priorities associated with new capabilities and each entity's respective strengths in the space of coastal resilience. The second you've heard a little bit about today, and it actually comes out of our Pacific Climate Adaptation Partnership, CAP as we call it. Many of you may have known the CAP program in its previous iteration. We used to call those RISAs, Regional Integrated Sciences and Assessments. Well, the Pacific CAP has worked closely with the Local 2030 Islands Network and with Palau to develop the open data dashboard that you heard Assistant Secretary Medina make some reference to earlier. This is going to really facilitate green growth, sustainable development, and really represents a new tool in the toolbox in this space. And then the last, you also heard a little bit about it, but we're very proud to announce this as a deliverable here at COP27, and it's expanding support for development within the Local 2030 Islands Network, and it's using the demonstrated success of the National Sea Grant College program that NOAA has operated for quite some time to build that sustainable and regenerative tourism community of practice. So the beauty there is this is an important economic sector, and it builds on a capability that has been well established for about 5 decades now through the Sea Grant program. So we're really excited about that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Madrigal?
Yes, thanks a lot, Ron. I will, just try to mention we work across Latin America, and the IDB, we have provided 26 billion in climate finance over the past 6 years. But I want to highlight, the small interventions that really make a big difference in small islands, the case of Barbados. And this is where actually now islands are challenging bigger countries on the ambition. Barbados decided to go 100% fossil fuel, and they are on track to doing that. In Barbados, there are more electricity charging points per capita than in any other country in Latin America. Taking advantage of your small economy, they are really moving the envelope on electric mobility. So if you are going to still import the car, let's not import the fuel, let's use solar power. And through the IDB, we're supporting Barbados with a smart fund financing facility. It's about $30 million. Together with Barbados, we brought the first 35 electric buses to the island. Together with the regulatory authority, we helped them develop the regulatory frameworks for solar PV. Barbados now has the highest per capita content of solar heating than any island, and we are developing close to 400 megawatts of solar power. So there you see then how smaller countries push, bigger countries on the ambition. And I think that, back and forth relationships is very important about this type of partnerships.
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree. An excellent example of islands leading the way and inspiring the rest of us. So to wrap up, one of the challenges often in working in partnerships is finding common ground, identifying those kind of shared goals, those shared needs, and mechanisms for sharing knowledge and information. And I wonder if you can just share a few brief insights on successes you've seen in finding those shared goals and developing platforms for knowledge exchange.
Thank you. Well, first, before I address the question, I would like to make a small correction. It was not Germany, it's Australia that provided the $33 million loan for our solar, 20% solar. But we still welcome if Germany's around to give us money. The success about you asked and the partnerships. This dashboard, Mr. Richard, Madam Medina, has provided us to sort of like a map of looking at what is successful, what's the status of where we're going. It provides us more focus. I tend to compare it to the Oceans Conference. Commitments, how many commitments, and also we have the collective commitments financially from our partners, which in Palau was a very big number. What's that? 16 billion, madam? That was committed and also pledged. So it provided us that kind of mechanism where we have faced the challenges, but at least this initiative provides us sort of like sailing with the stars. And I mean, it's a challenge for the small island states, as you mentioned, but as well, it's a partnership that really provides us the assurance and the comfort that we have a partner, we have partners who are there willing to listen, willing to provide us the assistance that we need. And the common ground is climate change impact. Because, of course, Florida was 2 weeks ago. Palau, last week, we had a small storm. 1 hour of that early morning at 7 o'clock in the morning that would damage that one state. And the damage done there is probably, by proportion, probably equivalent to the damage done in Florida. So the common ground is everybody is being impacted and affected by climate change. You know, we have NOAA office. They give us advance warning, advance data, no matter how dry it is, but still it comes. It's recurrent. So I guess our common ground is it's here, and it's affecting small island countries as well as big island countries. I was surprised when our colleague from the Embassy of Norway told us that the snow is melting at a faster rate. You know, who would have thought that people in the islands would be concerned about snow melting in Norway? But see, if it happens up there, it happens down here. So it's the collective efforts that all of us have to put together. And with this initiative, we can come to common ground on where we can help each other, complement each other, and support each other. You know, traditional knowledge is based on scientific data. And our government makes its decision based on science, no matter how dry the data is. But the common ground is it's affecting everybody. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity to come and be part of this panel. And we're open for more any questions or any insights. You know, here are Palau's partners here on the panel. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
So I know we're running out of time, so I'll be very quick. And yes, that deserves applause, and that's exactly what I was going to say, which is thank you for mentioning the Our Ocean Conference. That was the brainchild of then Secretary of State John Kerry. He cares passionately about it. Palau was an excellent host. We garnered $16 billion worth of commitments, many of which were initiated by island nations who came to the Our Ocean Conference in Palau. It was great that they hosted it. And I would just say listening to island leaders is really one of the things that I've learned the most from these exchanges. Really, there are so many wonderful island leaders who put a face on the climate crisis. And I'll never forget the minister last year who spoke to the COP from his podium in the sea, where he could see the sea level rising. That's how we begin to understand the importance of listening to islands. So thank you.
Antigua and Barbuda updated its NDCs last year. And I would say through that process, we learned of the tremendous benefits of having partnerships and also having technical assistance. We established partnerships with NDC partnership through its Climate Action Enhancement Package. We also received support through UNDP's Climate Promise Initiative, IRENA's SIDS Lighthouse Initiative, and it was truly a great honor to work along with them because they tried to understand our local context. They tried to understand the constraints we face and really understand where we want our, what we wanted to achieve and how we wanted our people to benefit from the transformational goals that we want to put in place. And I would say that process was really enlightening.
Two very brief lessons learned. One, you can never start co-development too early. We usually start it too late. And lesson learned number two, go with what works. Local 2030 Islands Network, RELAC, work. Let's not reinvent where we don't have to.
Also, I would say lessons, champions matter at the beginning, and then partnerships grow by themselves. Second, clear, simple, yet meaningful goals things that people can understand so that everybody lies behind clear, simple goals and structure and resources. That is key to move, the big challenges. So structure, resources are still important to move climate ambition. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking the amazing panelists and wonderful insights that they shared here. I'll keep going on here. So I know we're out of time. I just want to highlight the fact that if you're not already part of these partnerships, please join us. We need all of your collective knowledge and wisdom to support the transformations that countries are making towards climate resilient futures. And please let all of us know how our agencies can assist you on your journeys as we make available our tools, our resources, our facilities. And thanks again to the leadership of everybody who's here.
Thank you so much to our audience and to our panel. Can we hold off for one moment while our panelists take a photo together? Thank you. Please stay seated while they take a photo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Stick around because our next event is U.S. investment in Egypt's green growth. That starts at 5:30.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. We have our next NASA Hyperwall talk right here. Starting right now, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Lorenzoni, and she's going to talk about a satellite view of life in the ocean. So come here to the U.S. Center, take a seat, and listen to some cool NASA talk.
Thank you. Thanks for that awesome introduction, and thanks everybody for joining us this afternoon, late afternoon on Monday of week 2 of COP. So hopefully everybody is not totally exhausted. And today, this afternoon, because it's Water Day, we're going to talk about Earth's ocean. And when you think about our planet, you think that 70% of it is covered with water, with ocean. And so it really is our water planet, and it gives us life. So we depend on our ocean, and it's because it's so big, we also depend on Earth-observing satellites to look at it comprehensively. And that is one of the missions that NASA has, looking at our ocean, looking at our healthy planet. And what you see here is actually satellite imagery of our ocean as it spins around every day. And this is how it's going to work. So I'm going to give you a first chunk of how the ocean works from the physics perspective, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of a perspective from the biology side. So our planet gets the energy from the sun, and so our sun, this is that figure that's on this side, sends us energy, heat, and because of what we've been doing to our planet, we're basically generating our little greenhouse effect, and that is what's causing global warming. Obviously, all of you are here at COP, so you're very well acquainted with that. This image to my right is the temperature and carbon dioxide as it has changed through time since the pre-industrial era. And there's a really good match between both of them, which is then what is leading us to global warming. And this is where most of the greenhouse gas emissions come from. But where does all that heat go? The ocean absorbs most of that heat. In fact, our ocean has been able to absorb over 25% of all CO2 emissions that have been released since pre-industrial times. And obviously that has had a wonderful impact on our climate because the ocean has helped mitigate climate change, but that also has impacted the ocean. So once the heat enters the ocean, it just doesn't stay in the ocean wherever it entered. Because our ocean the water circulates around, you have ocean currents and you have tides. And so what you see in this image is temperature in color. So you have colder water in blue and you have warmer water in red, and then everything in between. And that has been overlaid with a model, the eco model of currents. So frankly, I could stare at this all day because it's really beautiful. But you're seeing how the temperature in the ocean is getting redistributed across our planet. And for example, Europe can thank the Gulf Stream for its milder weather. Otherwise, it would be pretty cold. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind is when our ocean absorbs heat, it also expands. And as global warming happens, we also have melting of the ice. So all of that actually leads to sea level rise, which is one of the consequences of global warming. And this is an image from 1995 to just a couple of years ago of sea level rise in millimeters. And the image the globe that is spinning is sea surface height from satellites. And satellites provide some of the most precise sea surface height measurements that we have. And because, again, it's 70% of our planet is ocean, we really depend on those high-precision measurements from satellites, which is why NASA has a whole fleet of Earth-observing satellites devoted to sea surface height and sea level rise. And again, this is a similar picture from what you saw before. And this is the suite of sensors that NASA has that are just devoted to measuring how sea level is changing. So one of the things that we can look at global sea level, but we can also look at local sea level changes. And this example here is a scenario from Washington, D.C. And I thought we were going to have never mind. There's another picture that I thought we were going to have, and I must have made a mistake. So this is what the sea level change might be from here down to 2040, and what that depends on is the path that we choose today, whether it's mitigating carbon dioxide captures. All of those things are going to have an impact on any of these curves that we're going to get. So again, based on the kind of scenarios that we choose, we can either have a warmer world, which would be the one in red, or a less warm world. And one of the important things to note is that, again, the ocean is going to warm, but there are some areas that are going to warm more than others. And that is going to show differentially and in turn impact ecosystems. So one of the things that we've been having more and more frequent are marine heat waves, which are periods of intense heat that happen in certain areas of the world. And you might remember about 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, we had a big blob in the North Pacific Ocean. And you can see that just right here. And that blob persisted for several months, and it had significant impacts on ocean ecosystems, including fisheries and higher trophic levels. So all of that trickles up the food web, which then impacts us humans. So one of the things that, aside from remote sensing data that we invest in, one of the other things that we invest in is taking measurements in situ. So basically going out with ships and measuring how the ocean ecosystems have changed. And this is an example of the Gulf of Maine in the northeastern coast of the U.S., which is an area that has been warming in a faster rate than other areas. So we have a time series that collects measurements with ships, and then it has also underwater robots that go and take measurements of both physical parameters and biological and biogeochemical parameters. And that has enabled us to understand, for example, how the nutrients have changed, how the primary production has changed, which then supports secondary production. And the Gulf of Maine is known for its lobster fisheries. What has happened with the warming of the Gulf of Maine is that the lobsters have actually migrated northward. So the Gulf of Maine is suffering because of the lack of lobsters, which then drive prices up. So this is all part of our blue economy, which has implications on all of us. Another thing that is important to understand is the relationship between the warming ocean and primary production. And this is an animation of the ECHO model, where we thought we understood how biology worked, and we thought that some species were being regulated by temperature. Well, it turns out that the way that some ecosystems function, they have different kinds of forcings. And so when we went, when some of our scientists went and looked at Prochlorococcus, which is one of the most abundant phytoplankton in the planet, they figured out that actually Prochlorococcus wasn't a species that was being driven by temperature. It was actually being outcompeted by other phytoplanktons. And so this kind of information that our scientists provide us really helps us build a predictive understanding of how not just the planet is going to change, but then how our resources are going to change with them, which is something that is also important for the blue economy. So one of the things that we're really interested in is the launch of our next mission. Because it's Water Day, we're really excited about SWOT. So SWOT is the next mission that's launching next month, hopefully. And it's specifically going to look at surface water everywhere with an unprecedented spatial scale. And that includes also inland water, so lakes and reservoirs and rivers. And it's going to provide us with river discharge data, and especially measuring that water extent, so that we can get a better understanding of how much water do we actually have on the planet. And obviously water management is critical, not just for our survival, but the survival of every ecosystem on the planet. So right after SWOT, in 2024, we're going to have the PACE mission launching. And PACE is an ocean color mission, so it's going to give us information about water quality and about different species of phytoplankton that are in the ocean. And this is basically the SWOT that PACE is going to be able to measure. It's going to have a suite of other instrumentation that are going to be complementary. So we're really going to have an unprecedented view of what life in the ocean looks like. And it's also going to tell us then what different species of phytoplankton we have. And after PACE, so it's really exciting because we have 3 really wonderful ocean color missions lined up. So after PACE launches, we're hoping to enact our Earth System Observatory, which is comprised of 4 different missions that are all complementary, and they're all going to look at different aspects of our planet. And the one that, for the ocean, we're really excited about is the Surface Biology and Geology mission, which is going to look with a 30-meter pixel resolution at coastal and inland water. So it's really exciting to get ready for that one. So again, NASA has a suite of 19 satellites that are right now orbiting our planet, and 14 more missions that are ready to be launched. And all of these missions together are going to help us have a better understanding of how our water planet is really interconnected, and provide information so that we can manage it sustainably. So I'm going to pause here and see if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to roll into the more biological aspect of the talk. Any questions? Okay. You guys can hang on for another 10 minutes? You think you can do that? Okay. Let's go on. All right, so you've seen the more physical view of our planet. Now let's look more at how biology is changing. So this is 20 years of biology as viewed from satellites. This is from our CWIF sensor that looked at the ocean, and then the MODIS sensors that look at both the land and the ocean. And you can see through time. So you see that the timestamp is at the top. And so what you see is how the ice changes when it gets cold on the northern hemisphere, how the ice expands in the southern hemisphere when it's winter. And obviously, colors on land is what you expect them to be. Browns are deserts or arid areas, and greens are areas where you have lush vegetation. Now, in the ocean, you're going to see areas where you have high nutrients or phytoplankton, which are greens and yellows. And then you're going to have our gyres, which are areas where there's really no life. So those areas, you generally don't find big fisheries. So this kind of view of our planet actually gives us a sense of how much life there is, and then some of the areas that are changing faster. And without sustained global monitoring, we really cannot tell apart what a natural climate trend is versus one that is being driven by humans. So sustaining observations is really critical for us to get science that people and our community can rely on. And talking about change, the Indian Ocean is one of the regions of the planet that has changed faster. And this is an animation that a colleague of mine, Todd O'Brien, put together. He works at NOAA. And you can see sea surface temperature on one side and then chlorophyll anomalies on the other. And so this is basically telling you how far away from the norm is temperature or chlorophyll. And you're going to see as time progresses, as you know, this is 25 years of data, things are looking all good until we hit a threshold, and you're going to see how temperature just keeps rising and chlorophyll keeps changing. And not all changes in chlorophyll are good, because, for example, what has happened in the Indian Ocean is that you have higher chlorophyll, but what that is a different species that our fish don't like to eat. And therefore, this is impacting our fisheries and food security. But our ocean gives us more services than just food. And you just heard me talk about how the ocean has absorbed over 25% of the carbon dioxide that we've pumped in the atmosphere, and has helped us mitigate climate. So the ocean really is a prime place that has absorbed a lot of our carbon. And what this animation shows you is the air-sea CO2 flux. So basically the carbon, the CO2 in the atmosphere, that has gone into the ocean. So areas where you have blue, that means that carbon is going into the ocean, and areas where you have red is carbon is coming out of the ocean. And what you have overlaid are winds, so it shows you how dynamic our planet is. and really how much carbon the ocean is helping absorb. But the ocean itself, so physics, only accounts for a small part of how carbon gets into the ocean. It is back to biology, to phytoplankton, that really help that drawdown. Without phytoplankton, there wouldn't be that much carbon absorbed, and most importantly, that carbon would not be sequestered for geological timescales from the surface to the bottom. Phytoplankton accounts for 40% of the actual carbon drawdown for the atmosphere. So we really got to thank our phytoplanktons. And the amount of carbon that the ocean absorbs is between 5 and 12 gigatons of carbon per year. And that's a big range. And why is it that big? It's because we really still have a lot to understand about the process of carbon absorption from the atmosphere into the ocean and then how that gets sequestered. And that is called the biological pump. And this is why we've sent, again, a bunch of ships out in the ocean to really try to understand how that biological pump really functions. With better estimates of the biological pump, we can better provide estimates of climate mitigation. And what you see here, these are just all the particles that you find in the ocean. So if you were to jump in the ocean and dive down, you would see all these particles, which is carbon that is being transported from the surface to the deep. So satellites see the surface of the ocean. This is great. There's a whole 3,000 meters that we maybe not really understand. And the mesopelagic, or the area around 500 meters, is an area that we still know very little about. And if we're going to exploit that for fisheries or for anything else, we really need to study it. So unfortunately, satellites can only penetrate a certain depth. And one of the things that we're investing in is LiDAR, which is, most of you are familiar with LiDAR from your phones, but we can actually do LiDAR from space. And this is one of the images from the Calliope sensor, which is a LiDAR that was designed for the atmosphere, but we can utilize it for the ocean. And what this image shows you is actual vertical migration of zooplankton. So these are the little critters that eat the phytoplankton. So they'll come to the surface, they'll eat, and then they'll migrate down, taking the carbon with them. So we can actually see this with satellites. And Calliope is an older sensor, so we're working to develop new sensors that can actually tell us what the three-dimensional structure of the ocean is, at least in the few upper meters. So we're really excited about that. The other thing that we need to better understand is how the ocean and the atmosphere interact. Again, back to better understanding carbon sequestration and carbon exchange. And one of the things that are really important, especially as our climate becomes more extreme and we have more wildfires and stronger hurricanes, is that interplay between atmospheric, for example, fertilization or particle deposition and biology. And this is an animation that I love that shows you basically, what you have: smoke, sea salt, and dust. And you can see dust from the Sahara just really coming across the ocean. And that Saharan dust is responsible for fertilizing a lot of the rainforest and some of the islands in the Caribbean. But it also is responsible for transporting a lot of pathogens that end up in the corals around Florida. So really understanding that connection between atmospheric transport and the ocean is critical for us to also safeguard our ecosystems. So I mentioned PACE, which is the sensor that is really going to give us that unprecedented hyperspectral vision of the ocean. But PACE also has an atmospheric component, and it's got two sensors that are called polarimeters that are going to be able to give us a better understanding of what aerosols are going to look like, and also cloud formation. So marine phytoplankton releases certain particles that drive cloud formation. So PACE is going to help us better understand those connections, and that is the view that we're anticipating to get from PACE, from atmospheric components. Is that it? Oh, there we go. So what do we anticipate to get from PACE is something like this. This, again, is just a model. It's an animation of different species of phytoplankton distributed across the globe. And you might remember the two globes that I had before, which were giving us an indication of Pleurococcus, which is the most abundant phytoplankton. But here you can actually see the distribution of species. So with PACE, as hyperspectral sensor, we're going to be able to really validate whether this is the real distribution of species and how, with global warming or climate change, those might change in the future, which is important for fisheries. And this is my last slide, and I thank you all for toughing it out this afternoon. That really drives to the point of how our Earth is integrated, and one forcing on one end is going to result in a change in another one. So only by studying our planet holistically are we going to get to really understanding how it's changing, and especially predict how that will change and build a better resilient community. And that is all I have. Thank you. Yeah, if anyone has any questions.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. First, I think it's probably the prettiest presentation at COP I've seen so far. I had a quick question about the phytoplankton chart. I was wondering why coccolithophores weren't one of the groups that was captured in satellite imagery.
That's a great question. So this is the four most abundant phytoplanktons in the planet. So coccoliths are really important, but coccoliths live in certain regions of our planet. So if we were to add like a fifth or a sixth group, we would probably be able to do that. And you bring up a really good point because, for example, in the Southern Ocean, right around here, it's what is known as the Great Calcite Belt, which is a concentration of coccoliths, which is, again, super important for carbon sequestration because they grab that and then sink really fast, and that's the key. That's a good question. Thank you. Other questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just asking that you said that NASA has 19 satellites. Is it 19 or I think it's more?
So we have 19 Earth-observing satellites. So those are the satellites that are looking at our planet right now. There's 14 more that are getting built or are being designed. NASA has a lot of has other sensors and other satellites. They might not be just looking at our planet. And there's other agencies that that also have satellite sensors. So NOAA, for example, maintains their own fleet of sensors. And if you were here earlier this morning, you might have heard the presentation with USGS, with Assistant Secretary Trujillo, and about Landsat, which is a sensor that's co-managed between USGS and NASA. So, yeah. It's only 19.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. So you mentioned a little bit about sustaining observations to determine what is driven by humans. So from your data, how can you identify what factors of warming or climate change are driven by humans or what is natural?
That is an excellent question. And that is the key of having a sustained record. So we know that, and this has been done through modeling, we know that it takes a certain amount of time for a signal to emerge, and that is what we call the time of emergence. And so, for example, for variables like temperature, the time of emergence is really fast, so it's a matter of years. So it's really easy to see from a shorter record whether temperature change is actually just natural versus what is anthropogenically driven. However, for phytoplankton and for biology and for other things like ocean acidification, the amount of time that you need to unequivocally say that this has been driven by anthropogenic forcings, it's longer. So it's more in the order of 30 years because there's so much natural variability in a system. So phytoplankton is, for example, impacted by not just temperature, but it can be currents, it can be abundance of predators. So there's other things that really make the biological signal harder to really tease apart from just natural variability. So so that's why you need really lengthy records to make sure that you can get those trends emerging. And then the kind of trend is also important, because you could have something that has a higher rate of change versus a slower rate of change, and that is going to help you design how you're going to build resilience for those changes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. I was wondering, it seems like we're pretty limited on using satellite data. So how does NASA look at data retroactively prior to satellite data, if we're so interested in this long-term data, of course?
That is a great question, and that's why it's so important to maintain in situ time series. So you're right. I mean, we have ocean color is only about 25 years old, so it's a baby when you're talking about long-term trends. Temperature is a little bit longer, because we did have satellites back in the 70s that were looking at temperature. But if you want to go back to the beginning of the century, now you have to rely on in situ data. And there are a number of places where we do have in situ data, so we can extrapolate that to more of a regional footprint. And then models obviously help us with some of those measurements. And if you were going to look, and I don't have it here, but if you were to look about the temperature changes that I showed for the past 25 years in the Indian Ocean, they look kind of wacky, and then you have, that 2010 increase. If you were to extend that back to like the beginning of the century, the temperature change is insanely pronounced. So it's really strong. So we really need to rely on those in situ data, not just for the past, but also for the future, because our sensors depend on validating our data with in situ data. So keep those measurements going in situ. Thank you. Other questions? All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming to the U.S. Center, and thank you for coming to this NASA Hyperwall talk. If you want some NASA swag, come over here to this little open area, but no further, right there, and go. No, you're good. You're going over there. Good. Follow the woman on the stage right now and go get some NASA swag. Thank you again for coming to the U.S. Center. Right now, for the next half an hour, we have open exhibit time here at the U.S. Center, so make sure you take some time to head to the Meta area, do some VR and some AR experiences. Make sure you check out the art exhibit by Peace Boat and as well as the First Movers Coalition, where you can see some really interesting net zero steel and concrete and some other stuff. Make sure you do all that, and then come back here at 5:30 for the last event of the day. U.S. investment in Egypt's green growth. Again, that's at 5:30 here at the U.S. Center. U.S. investment in Egypt's green growth. Again, thank you so much for coming.
Test. This event is about to begin in just a minute. If you weren't awake before, you are now.
When you're up there,
Hello and welcome to U.S. investment in Egypt's green growth. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Amanda McCarty, Senior Advisor to the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this event at the U.S. Center. We will be focusing on some work that the United States government has been doing in partnership with the private sector, including the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt, as well as with the government of Egypt over the past year. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Ambassador David Thorne. Ambassador Thorne has been an entrepreneur, diplomat, and innovator in both the private sector and in government, at home in the United States and overseas for decades. He is a leader who has succeeded in high-stakes, complex environments, whether as the trusted counsel to America's 68th Secretary of State, the U.S. Ambassador to Italy, as senior advisor to the presidential campaign of 2004, Democratic nominee for president, or as a pioneer in the worlds of innovation investing, real estate development, and publishing. While advising the Secretary of State, Ambassador Thorne led the biggest business delegation in the history of the United States Chamber of Commerce to Egypt after the revolution and encouraged economic reform leading up to Egypt's acceptance of an essential International Monetary Fund loan program. Currently, Ambassador Thorne serves as senior advisor to the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate, providing critical value in leading the high-level business engagement efforts. Please welcome Ambassador David Thorne to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I'm going to get myself organized here. Not enough room, but anyway. So, thank you all for coming. Amanda, thank you for that a little over-the-top introduction. But I'm really glad to be able to call this group together because it's been it's a very special effort on our part. You know, we're here in Sharm to rally the world to confront the climate crisis. COP27, like every COP before it, is first and foremost a gathering of governments. It's our responsibility, acting on behalf of the people we represent, to heed the scientists' warning and chart a course for a safer and more sustainable future. President Biden, who was here in Sharm el-Sheikh on Friday, to underscore the United States' abiding commitment to tackle the climate crisis both at home and in partnership with the international community. President Biden spoke about our support for Egypt's country water platform for the nexus of water, food, and energy, what we call NWEFI, which we see as a model for how public and private sector resources can work together to accelerate a country's energy transition. Last week, the governments of the United States and Germany, the EBRD, and the EU announced over $500 billion in concessional finance for the energy pillar of NWEFI. This is going to unlock $9.5 billion of private investment to help Egypt accelerate the deployment of 10 gigawatts of renewable energy from wind and solar and decommission 5 gigawatts of inefficient gas-fired power plants. As a result, Egypt is submitting a revised NDC that accelerates its energy sector targets by 5 years. This is one of the most significant things to happen here in COP. It happened because we thought about how the public and private sector can work together. This panel today will discuss other great examples of private sector investment and contribution to Egypt's green growth. Because even when we muster the political will, governments alone cannot stem the climate crisis. The real capital, the real innovation, and the real entrepreneurial drive must come from the private sector, which is why it is so inspiring to see so many business leaders here in Sharm acknowledging the importance of delivering real-world solutions. As some of you know, I've worked with the Egyptian government and the private sector for some time, and I strongly believe that our countries and business communities achieve real progress when we work together. We've got to prove that this year. Secretary Kerry and I make working with the private sector an essential part of our SPEC mission. And in Glasgow, there was unprecedented support from the private sector on making ambitious climate commitments. And this support has now continued here in Sharm. At the start of this year, John and I came to Cairo to meet with the Egyptian leadership and strengthen ties between our two governments in support of the success of COP27. As part of that visit, AmCham provided us an opportunity to sit down with business leaders. And from those discussions emerged the idea of the Green Tech Business Delegation, of bringing U.S. companies to Egypt to find ways they could help to achieve Egypt's ambitious green growth agenda. In May, more than 40 U.S. green tech companies came to Cairo for meetings with Prime Minister Magouli, 8 other ministers, and the heads of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt and the Suez Canal Economic Zone. The company delegation included major brand companies that have been mainstays of the Egyptian economy for years, and newer firms building their business models around climate solutions. We also brought a strong team from the U.S. government, from 7 different agencies. Our spec office at State, our Special Envoy's office, our development finance agencies, the Development Finance Corporation and the Export-Import Bank, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, the Department of Energy, the Department of Commerce, and USAID. We learned a great deal about Egypt's ambitious goals and key areas for investment. We talked specifics, even at a project level, and this was possible because the Egyptian government has undertaken an innovative effort to translate its climate strategy into a concrete investment plan, setting a model for other countries to do the same. The companies also had the opportunity to inform the ministers on the many ways they can contribute to Egypt's green growth. To take full advantage of the interest being shown in the U.S. by the U.S. companies during the trade mission, Prime Minister Abduli announced new improvements to the business investment climate and efforts to privatize the economy, steps that make it easier for the U.S. businesses to get involved. To top it off, during the trade mission, 2 U.S. businesses signed MOUs with Egypt to build climate-friendly projects. You'll hear from one of them, Mike Lent from E3I, in a moment. We got to do an exceptional site visit to Corteva's seed processing and distribution facility to see work already underway. And Samson Kanai from Corteva will share more about this great work. So after the trade delegation, we continued having discussions, and these included with the Chamber and U.S. businesses, including around methane abatement, renewable energy, and adaptation. These discussions created new momentum, especially on the methane abatement front, and Apache Oil's David Shee is here to talk about that. And our financing agencies continued meeting with these businesses to see how we can take steps forward to accelerate the implementation of these projects. And as an example, thanks to these conversations, last week here on this stage, DFC was able to sign a retainer letter with Scatec, the renewable energy company working with Plug Power, and David Bowe from Plug is here today. Here's another example from one of the green trade missions. Companies using innovative U.S. technology to advance climate solutions here in Egypt. Using technology from General Electric, the Sharm el-Sheikh power plant just down the road from here ran today on a hydrogen blend, the first ever on the African continent. The speakers here today all attended this green tech trade mission. They understand finding the solutions to the climate crisis present enormous economic opportunity, perhaps the greatest economic opportunity the world has ever known. It's by joining forces, by getting governments and the private sector working in partnership, that we will deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's why I'm so grateful that we partnered with Egypt, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the AmCham Egypt to help deliver climate solutions here in Egypt. This was the first ever Green Tech Business Delegation organized by the U.S. Chamber, and I'm not going to go on much longer, but because of this partnership that this has been such a success. And with this, I want to introduce Marty Durbin, my partner in crime here, the head of the climate agenda at the U.S. At the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who are here to introduce some of the speakers and talk a little bit about the Chamber. So, Marty, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I appreciate the invitation to be here. I want to thank all of the companies for joining us as well. I've often joked, I mean, when Ambassador Thorne and I were here in May and we had an opportunity to give remarks, I thought, you know, we could have traded our talking points because there wasn't any light in between them. We came to this COP, we've been planning all year with the idea of highlighting the critical role the business community can play and must play in helping us achieve the ambitious climate objectives and emission reductions. And we know there's a clear recognition now among governments and all stakeholders that we can't get there if we don't have a clear partnership between governments and the business community. I think what we were able to do with this, with the green business delegation, by the way, the first one ever that the U.S. Chamber has led, as Ambassador Thorne mentioned, I promise you it won't be the last. But this was a perfect opportunity to show how you can pull all of the different important players together, and I can't thank enough our partners at the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt, the government, the U.S. government, all of the agencies that Ambassador Thorne mentioned, the government of Egypt. I will tell you that in addition to the companies that are joining us today, so we had 40 companies from startups to multinational companies, and the excitement in the room as we had the opportunity to all be together, hearing from Egyptian ministers on what their plans were, and then having finance agencies from the U.S., the companies involved, all being able to work together. And as you'll hear from the companies today, it's got tangible outcomes, and we're going to realize some incredible progress here. So again, I'm not going to go over and say the same things that Ambassador Thorne said, because I could almost say ditto. You know, that it's been that important for us at the U.S. Chamber to provide these opportunities for the cooperation. I think not only are we seeing a recognition here across the COP on the critical role the business sector has to play, the business community. I mean, it's a sense of excitement at the opportunities we now have to leverage the ability for individual companies and entire sectors to position themselves for success, long-term success, in an ever-changing marketplace. And I do think that using the market to help drive us toward the emission reductions and the climate challenge that we put out there is the path forward. Not to get too parochial, but I think we've heard about it over and over again during the conference here, that recent legislation enacted in the United States, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act and its clean energy and climate provisions are providing really critical not only funding but market signals that are giving the business sector the confidence to make the investments necessary and to forge the strategic partnerships that are necessary among each other, with governments, with NGOs and other stakeholders, to make these long-term investments so that we can meet the objectives, the emission reduction objectives that all of us are searching for. So with that, I will now, Amanda, I'll turn it back to you to introduce our next speaker. But again, I can't thank Amanda, you enough, Ambassador Thorne, and the entire team of the SPEC office for all of the work we had to get here today. So thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Thorne and Marty, for your opening remarks. Your leadership has been critical for proving that this model can work to attract the private sector to renewable, sustainable, green investment here in Egypt, and we hope that it can be done elsewhere. Now let's talk about some of the specifics. So I'd like to introduce some of our private sector leaders to the stage, one by one. First, we have David Bowe from Plug Power. David joined Plug in 2021 as Executive Vice President for Electrolyzer Sales and Business Development. He's responsible for the global growth of the business unit. Prior to Plug, Mr. Bowe was Senior Vice President of Sales, Service, and Marketing at Proton OnSite. He has extensive experience in global business development with a strong engineering, finance, and operations foundation. David, please come to the stage.
Thank you for that introduction. And if someone has the clicker. So thank you again. I'm very excited to be here. You know, a lot of friends, colleagues, customers, potential customers, analysts, investors, they say, David, what do you guys have, what does Plug have going on in Egypt? And the best way I can explain it is, I spend about 80% of my time traveling. Almost all of that is international. My sole focus is to help decarbonize this planet. And our focus with Plug is through green hydrogen. And in the last 12 months, I've made more trips to Egypt than any other country in the world. And that's traveling 80% of the time. So that, hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea about Plug's focus and commitment to Egypt. So Plug's been around for a while. We've been working at this like a lot of fuel cell, electrolyzer, hydrogen companies. It's been a long haul, long drag, but as you can see, we're moving at a great pace with a significant cumulative average growth rate. We're now at over 3,000 employees. We have approaching 1 billion cell hours. So that's an individual cell that's out there operating and running in the field today. And when you talk about fuel cell systems, so mobile operating systems, and a lot of it's not so sexy. A lot of our business is in material handling, so forklifts. But we have over 50,000 of those operating today. And we're the largest user of liquid hydrogen. So clearly, Plug Power, pure play, green hydrogen company. We're completely, we have the complete ecosystem to help develop and drive specific opportunities. So what Plug always says is we're not always going to own all the apps, but we're going to be part of the network. We're going to be part of that internet to provide that green hydrogen or provide the systems. So as you can see, we always like to start with renewable energy. That's the key to making green hydrogen. From there, we move on to electrolysis. From electrolysis, then we go on to various applications, such as some of the applications, some of the projects that we have underway here in Egypt. We also, since we use a lot of liquid hydrogen, we have our own liquefaction. So we do our own liquefaction of the hydrogen. It's much more cost effective to move it around the world, or at least around the local area. So that is all integrated in a wide variety of applications. In North America is really where, you know, Plug had its primary focus for many years. So that's why we kind of have a bit of a head start. And certainly with the IRA now and the TPC that's linked to that, the tax production credit that's being provided for green hydrogen is really going to help pay off, but it's also going to help drive this initiative. It's going to help drive this business as a whole. So yes, it's a benefit to activity in the U.S., but there's a significant benefit because it's become contagious. What I see happening around the world because of the movement that was made from the signing and the execution of the IRA is just having an impact across the board. So looking at decarbonizing Egypt, I won't follow my slides verbatim, I never do. But I tell you, there's always what we like to call is the low-hanging fruit. And for us, the low-hanging fruit is, where is hydrogen being used today in Egypt? And hydrogen is being used in a wide variety of applications. The largest, and the first one we're addressing, is the production of ammonia. Ammonia is a significant CO2 polluter. And by implementing green hydrogen in that process, instead of fossil fuel-based hydrogen, it has a significant impact in reducing the carbon footprint. Here you can see the snapshot when you look at it from a global perspective, the impact of the carbon footprint of these various industrial applications. So ammonia is huge. Refining is a big impact. And methanol is one that is big and growing. Good thing there are a lot of people. These are the areas that people are really looking to decarbonize. And this doesn't even start getting into things like steel processing. And you can see a list of companies that are already committed and focused on decarbonizing their activities. So a lot of things happening. It's exciting business to be in. It keeps you busy. If you can't run fast, you might have to get off the track. But here's different projects. Each one of these that you'll see, there's many I could present, are on different continents. This is starting up as we speak. It's underway. The equipment is on site. It's in Ain Sakna, Egypt, which is about halfway between here and Cairo, roughly. And it will, as soon as it's up and running in the coming days or weeks at the most, will be the world's largest green hydrogen to ammonia, hence green ammonia production in the world. And it's only phase one. There's much more to do. Had to touch on a little bit our activity that we have going on with offshore energy. You look to places like Europe that really doesn't have the density and the space to do large onshore wind and solar projects. So more and more is being looked at to do offshore. And when you look at the cost of bringing electricity onshore, it makes much more sense to actually produce the hydrogen offshore at the wind farms. So we have the first megawatt scale electrolyzer off the coast of France producing hydrogen. Next phase. We have a variety of partners in the same location. OCI is a big player. Erascom is a big player in the project. This is linked as a second phase. It's a 100 megawatt project that will be part of OCI and Fertiglobe's target to hit zero emissions by 2050. So there's a lot of drivers today. Some are financial via subsidies, some are tax credits, some are just simply, and these are my favorite, corporations that just want to decarbonize. Private industry that wants to make a difference. They want to have something to give to their children, something to pass on to their grandchildren. And, there's a lot of those projects are some of the ones you've seen already. A lot of those aren't subsidized. A lot of those don't have huge grants associated with them. They're just companies wanting to make the right move, the right step to help with our global warming problem. But there's other drivers. We can see energy cost. Energy cost is skyrocketing, driven some, by what we see with some of the war activities in Europe. But as a whole, we're seeing much better pricing by implementing renewable energy. And just to ensure everybody understands green hydrogen's role, it really is an energy carrier. So you can take that green power and convert it to hydrogen and move it by many means, even repurposing natural gas pipelines and moving it from one place to another, and roll that out and use it in a wide variety of applications. So I said low-hanging fruit, those industrial applications, they're already using it, but there's others that can easily be replaced. I mean, something as simple as heating applications, but a wide variety of applications. So in closing, we're very focused on Egypt. We're excited about the partnerships that we've developed here. Thank you for the shout out, Mr. Ambassador, about the activity that Plug has going on in Egypt. And thank you to our partners, and also with the different agencies that have helped along. They are very, it's just not, you're just not hearing, comments or, there's real interest from the Department of Energy, from the State Department, from, a whole wide variety, from XM, the whole group. They're really all working hard to get investment and to support Egypt's targeted carbon footprint reductions. With that, thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for helping us to see how what we often think of as the energy future is actually the energy of today. So it's really great to hear you talk about that. I'd like to invite another David up, David Chi. David is Vice President of Egypt Assets for Apache Corporation. He oversees Apache Corporation's multi-billion-dollar business here in Egypt and is also the primary contact for commercial, government, and public engagement on behalf of the company. Mr. Chi serves on several boards, including as current Executive Vice President on the Board of Governors of the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt and as Chairman of the Egypt Oil and Gas Committee. David Chi, please come to the stage. We're looking forward to hearing more about what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Ambassador, first of all, we actually really appreciate the opportunity to to participate in this very important discussion. Oil and gas companies a lot of times don't get a seat at the table, but we do feel like we play a critical role in the energy world. So I think everybody is aware energy is essential for human well-being and for human prosperity. But the biggest question, one of the biggest challenges that we try to tackle as human society is how can we provide sufficient, reliable, affordable energy in a sustainable and responsible manner. And that's what we are talking about here. Before I get into what we have done in terms of reducing emissions, I want to give you a quick introduction of who we are. So APA Corporation, also known as Apache, which is our subsidiary, we are a U.S. Fortune 500 company headquartered in Houston, Texas. And we are a global natural gas and oil exploration and production company. And currently we have our operations spanning across 4 different continents. And a little bit about Apache in Egypt, that gives you a little context on why the stuff we do kind of matters for the country. We have entered Egypt since 1995. So we have been a strong partner with the Egyptian government and Egyptians for more than 25 years. Throughout that period of time, we basically grew from a very humble business, and today we are the largest American investor in country, actually by a very large margin. And also we are leading energy producer. We are the largest oil producer in country and the largest natural gas producer onshore. We are also a major contributor to the Egyptian economy. Based on my rough calculation, I think our business would contribute about between 1.5 to 2% of total GDP for the country in 2022. Our goal as a corporation is to provide reliable, responsible energy to help contribute to global growth and progress. And to do that, of course, we need to look at many kind of things. And we feel we have a very strong belief to be a very responsible company and in responsible development. And besides safety, which is always our top priority, we have been putting a lot more emphasis on the environmental side of things. And some of our focus areas include air, which relates to emission, relates to water. As many of you know, oil and gas companies, of course, produce a lot of water and consumes a lot of water. We also focus on communities and people and also governance. I'm not going to go through all the details here, but what I would assure you is for each and every single area that I have highlighted here, we have a very solid plan and aggressive goal to make sure that we continue to operate in a responsible manner. So one thing we have done in 2022 to show how serious we are, in terms of delivering our ESG goals, so we are not just talking about it, but we actually need to deliver, is we actually link the incentive compensation of every employee in our company both short-term and long-term, to our ESG goals. So one of the goals that we set for ourselves, which is very ambitious, is to reduce 40% of our upstream flaring in Egypt before the end of the year. So let me give you a little perspective on the size of our operation. Our concession area is larger than 20,000 square kilometers, or 5 million acres, and we have a very significant infrastructure throughout. So in order to reduce 40% of the flaring, that takes a lot of commitment, a lot of planning, and because you don't just want to rush out and say, I'm going to do things. You have to be able to deliver, and that's what we went after. So a lot of work into designing and executing on achieving that goal. And then we also set a long-term goal, a longer-term goal, not a very long-term goal, is that we as a corporation will deliver projects around the world, and we're going to reduce at least 1 million tons of CO2 equivalents of emission before the year end 2024. I'm happy to report with all the projects that we have been doing, we are making very good progress in achieving that goal, most likely before the time. So in 2021, we eliminated 100% of our routine flaring in the United States, which will also have a large operation. And I'm also very happy to report that we actually, a few weeks ago, have exceeded our goal of reduction of 40% of flaring in Egypt. And so how do we do that? What's the strategy that we apply in order to achieve those goals? I think some of you might have participated in the Decarbonization Day when the Minister of Petroleum, Tarek Emola, announced the roadmap for methane reduction. I'm happy to report that the plan that we have laid out as Apache a year and a half ago to do that is basically fully aligned with the steps that we need to take. Those are simple steps, but they are very effective. That's why we were able to achieve where we are. So what are the steps? So the first thing we need to do is we need to have a focus on emission measurement. You have to know what you are emitting. You have to know where are you emitting and how much quantity. And beyond that, we also are going through a very proper and detailed inventory, equipment inventory count. Because you have to also determine where are the future spots that you can potentially have risk of emission. So then we can put in programs to monitor and to make sure that doesn't happen. Step number 2 is once you have the baseline established, then we need to put in tangible and actionable plans in order to actually reduce the emissions. So we don't want to just talk about it, we want to get it done. And so we have identified a number of projects throughout the Western Desert operation we have, from different facilities to remote well sites, because we have a lot of remote well sites where they are not near infrastructure. Therefore, we have to use diesel gensets, and then we have to flare in order to produce. So we have identified all these things, and we were looking for different technology that we can bring. By applying those now, we have achieved more than 40% reduction. And today, most of the gas that we have conserved, they either went to a sales point, to the market, which in this particular situation is very important because they help with energy security. And then the other thing is we also generate a lot of power as a company, given the size of operation. We as a company generate more than 350 megawatts of power ourselves, not tapping into the grid. And that's the other thing is we are looking for opportunities to generate cleaner power. So all this stuff has been done. And the number 3 item I have here is called purge gas optimization. That is not a big item. But the reason we put it in there is I want to show you every step counts. And we need to have the urgency of actually getting things done, major or small. So this is just optimizing the valves. And with that, we still, generate more reduction. And looking at the size of our system, we got to consistently continue to do that. And last but not least, diesel consumption is also not problematic from an environmental perspective, from a financial perspective for the host country because they import a lot of diesel. So that is something we also focus on. So from 2019, we start implementing a lot of projects, and until 2024, our projections, we're going to eliminate more than 50 million liters of diesel consumption every year. So those are the things that we have actually accomplished. Going forward, we're going to continue to look for additional options, including, renewable power potentially for our operation, And where it makes sense, we're going to continue to evaluate all our systems, and we're going to continue to commit the financial and human resource that is required in order for things to get done. And that's really all I have. I know I don't have time, so I'm going to skip. Initially, I was going to cover the Gender Day, given we're in Gender Day. So, so Apache also, we have a lot of social projects that helps with the Egyptian society. Only one project I want to highlight today is the Springboard Schools, because I'm the chairman of Springboard Schools. That's a program that we started 17 years ago, where we built more than 201 classroom schools in the rural areas of Egypt. And that will help more than 15,000 girls in accessing education. So given today's Gender Day, I feel really proud of that. I just want to share that story. Thank you.
Thank you, David. It's really great to see the scale of work that Apache is undertaking on methane abatement, and knowing how potent of the greenhouse gas that is, what a strong impact that will have. I love seeing people moving faster than what their goals even say they should. Next up, I'd like to invite up Mike Lent. Mike Lent is the current Chief Technology Officer of Energy 3 International, LLC. He sits on their board of directors. Mr. Lent has played a key role in the development of E3I's biorefinery, a proven solution to reduce landfill greenhouse gas emissions, which are proven to be a major source affecting climate change. So I'd like to invite Mike up to the stage.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody being here. Ambassador, I appreciate you coming by. In Egypt, and we have partnered with the Ministry of the Environment to provide a solution for eliminating their waste. The waste in the world is going to be rising every year. It's up to about 2.2 billion tons per year right now. This is something every country has a problem with. They're putting their waste in a hole, and the holes are getting filled. 59% of this waste ends up in the landfills, or and the rest probably gets incinerated, which produces more carbon and more pollution throughout, which doesn't help the environment. While some creatures can thrive in a landfill, not all of us can afford to have landfills. So the methane and the carbon emissions inherited in landfilling, MSW, makes global warming even more prominent at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a problem. So, recognizing the danger to the environment, the Ministry of the Environment and the U.S. government and Energy 3 got together, and we developed a solution to eliminate the use of landfills. And let me tell you a little bit about what each of us done in order to do it on our start in our El Fayoum, Egypt. We worked together to solve the problem. I believe that environmental work has to be done as a team. The Egyptian government, we got full support from the Ministry of the Environment. We signed an MOU in May of 2022. They're going to provide us 1,000 tons of waste a day. They'll also sit there and provide 50 acres of land and assistance in the permitting process throughout the construction and operation of the plant. This has also has been endorsed by the governor of El Fayoum. The U.S. government has been a big help for us, and I can't stress enough that companies need to go and talk with the federal government of the United States and find out what services and what support they can have. For us, what happened was we went to the ministry. There was actually a press release going out, and I sat there and told my boss that we need to contact the embassy just to give them a heads up that this is going down. That opened up a lot of information for us. Advocacy from Commerce Department has been exceptional. They walked us through the USTDA grant process for our feasibility study. And they also we had an offer from Exim Bank, in which we're doing the paperwork now to finance a project. In fact, Exim Bank actually gave us a letter of intent that they will guarantee the loan at this point. So great tools to use. Energy 3, we just had the easy part. We have to construct a plant, which is about $300 million. We have to provide the financing for the plant, and we'll operate and maintain the plant. Typically, we give our clients the opportunity to operate the plants on their own with our management of the quality control of the plant. And we also provide all the offtakes for our products. So a bit about our refinery. It just the highlights is it reduces the expenses in landfilling. We have 5 independent engineering reviews. It actually works. A lot of people can't say this. And that the major design work is already completed for El Fayum. We have 2 ends to this plant. The front end is basically a HyperMRF, a material recovery facility. It separates all the metals and glass throughout that can't be processed. The facility is, we call it a HyperMRF because we add more lasers. It's a very high quality control environment. Then it goes and gets solid fuel conditioning, or it's blended and made into a fluff, and then we turn it into pellets. Once we have the pellets, we send it through our pyrolysis process. It's an oxygen-free process. There is no emissions coming out, so there's no air pollution. Basically, it changes the carbon-based material. It changes the molecular structure and produces a gas. We also produce what's called biochar and wood vinegar. The interesting thing, especially for the Egyptian government, is a biochar is a soil additive. But depending on the quality of the biochar, and we believe this is going to be good quality biochar, we can turn it into graphene. Now, graphene is 200 times stronger than steel. It's always being asked for. There's not enough of it out there. It would make Egypt probably one of the top graphene exporters in the world. The syngas goes to distillation, and we turn it into very low sulfur number 2 diesel. This is not an additive or a blend. It goes directly into the engine. It's certified by the U.S. and the EU. And just recently we had a 3rd certification of the British government. The last thing it produces, which is extremely important for Egypt, is water. Any leftover water is we clean it to a potable or an agricultural level. And with El Fayum, we're actually pumping that water to a farm near the site, so they'll have water for growing their crop. One refinery can make 23.4 million gallons a year, or 487 tons of biochar, and 49,000 gallons a year of organic insecticide. But wait, there's more. We just signed a deal with Green Biotech Holdings. They have a process that works extremely well that processes tires and plastic. So we add this to the end of our line, and we can do tires and plastic. It won't make the biochar. It'll make, what it makes is Brent crude oil. It makes carbon black. And if there's steel belted radial, we get the purified steel out of it. Again, that's no oxygen, no pollution. So how will this help El Fayum and climate change? It reduces, you don't need landfills. So you don't have disease, you don't have water or leachate going into the water tables. It's a flexible system. It's modular. We can do 500 tons a day. We can do 1,500 tons a day. They're zero emissions, and we're certified for eliminating over 500,000 tons of CO2 a year just for one plant. There's financial benefits. Let me point out the key one. For every gallon that Energy 3 makes of biofuel, we get and sell, we give 10 cents per gallon back to the community. So they can build hospitals, they can build schools, they can use it for other environmental projects. And the social impact is we'll have 250 green energy jobs per facility, we'll have 350 construction jobs, and we'll have healthier citizens. So through the efforts of the ministry and the U.S. government, we can make a better world, folks. We don't have to rely on putting waste into holes. It'll allow more land for settlement. It'll sit there and make your citizens healthier and eliminate the reliance on the landfills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I don't think I've ever been as excited about trash as I am when I talk to you and the members from your team. Every time I talk with you, I get more and more excited about what my garbage can turn into. And it's what we need, these sort of innovative solutions that can really turn some of our problems into real opportunities and solutions for the world. So thank you for the work you're doing. Next up, I'd like to bring Samson Kanai to the stage. Samson is the Regional Development Manager for Africa and the Middle East at Corteva AgriScience. Corteva is a major American agricultural chemical and seed company. I was fortunate enough to visit their production facility during the Green Trade Mission and learned that the name Corteva was derived from a combination of the words meaning heart and nature. So you're going to hear a lot about kind of the heart and the connection to the earth as you hear from our next speaker, Samson. Samson is an experienced sustainability and shared value professional, and he's been a long-term advocate of the important role business can play in deriving change and sustainable development. So Samson, I'd like you to come to the stage and tell us more about what Corteva is doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, for that wonderful introduction. Ambassador David Don and your team, as well as the rest of my private sector members, I'm really delighted to be here and to see you again to carry on the conversation that we started back in May during the Green Tech delegation visit back in May here in Egypt. So I'll start with a bit of introduction about Corteva, and Amanda has done a bit of it. So Corteva came into existence in 2019, and it came as a result of the merger between three brands known for excellence in seed and crop protection technologies: DuPont, Dow AgriSciences, and Pioneer. So the merger of those three brands in 2019 led to formation of Corteva AgriScience as we know it today. So a bit of a few things about Corteva. Our purpose is to enrich the lives of those who produce, those who consume, while ensuring progress for generations to come. So we are very much committed to advancing the welfare of the humanity as we play an important role of ensuring that we help the world meet the food security needs. So our product offering, as you can see there, is composed of two key portfolios. We have seed and you have crop protection. So that forms the key product offering by Corteva. And we play in about 150 countries globally, among them here in Egypt. So a bit on our sustainability focus. It's anchored on 4 areas. So we have sustainable innovation, which talks about how our innovative products can allow our farmers to be able to meet some of the challenges facing the humanity, whether it's climate, whether it's the pest pressure, the changing dynamics of weed, and all that. And I'm sure you have been hearing about a lot of that conversation about the link between agriculture, climate change during the past few days, last week during the conversations around adaptation. Then we have greenhouse gas emissions, and here we are focusing on how Corteva can be able to manage its own greenhouse gas footprint. here looking at how we can be able to manage our own emission footprint, as well as supporting our farmers to be able to sort of manage and mitigate on-farm emissions. Biodiversity is key and very closely linked to the climate conversation. And the last 2 days of this COP27, you're going to hear a lot about biodiversity. So some very key connections between biodiversity and climate. So we are very committed to addressing our key focus area for biodiversity, which is land use change, preventing, partnering to be able to mitigate additional land coming into production as the global food demand rises. Then we have diversity and inclusion, which focuses on ensuring that as we innovate, as we advance our business, our workforce is reflective of the markets, not only the markets where we play, but also the customers who we serve. In terms of our footprint in Africa, it goes all the way back to 1956. As you can see, South Africa being the key entry point. You can see brands such as Pana, which you go to Southern Africa and the southern regions, and South and Central and Southern region of Africa, you're going to find Pioneer, a key brand across the world. So we have been in the region for quite a long time. Here in Middle Eastern Africa, and here in Egypt is the hub for Middle Eastern Africa. As you can see, we use Egypt to serve the key markets in North Africa, in Middle East, going all the way down to the southern Sudan. So Egypt serves as the base of operations where we are able to meet the demands and the needs of the farmers in those key markets. So in terms of our footprint here in Egypt, as you can see, we have production and manufacturing facilities, as well as multiple distribution centers. And here we do some extent of local research, as well as trials for some of the products coming into the market. In this particular region, we have about 250 employees and contractors who help us serve our farmers in this region. And a bit of change there. The global headquarters is in Indianapolis. That changed this year, so that needs a bit of an update. Going into a bit of detail on the kind of products we offer here in Egypt. Primary seed crops, we have corn or maize. Then we have rice, sunflower, we have canola. And also secondary crops such as, crop protection products for rice, for cereals, for fruits, and also specialties such as the vegetables. And the two seed brands, we have Pioneer and Pana, as well as crop protection products. As you can see, we have quite a wide range of actives which we support our farmers in the region. And I think you have heard about our seed production facility in Mitbera, which is just outside Cairo. And I believe those of you who made it to the visit that we did back in May, I believe you had that opportunity to see for yourself the kind of operation that is, the scale of the operation, and in the important role this facility plays in terms of ensuring food security here in Egypt and in the region. So that's just an aerial view of the facility. A bit of few details just to be able to highlight the importance of this particular facility. So the facility was commissioned in 1985. So as you can see, Corteva's footprint here in Egypt has been starts way back. That's going to close to 40 years. And the facility can process, or it's equipped to process 7 different crops. And it's the biggest seed production facility in Middle East. So as you can see, that has quite a significance in terms of ensuring that we support Egypt's food security agenda. So it has different types of operations. We have bulk storage, which is the silo. Then we have cold storage, where we store the seed after it's processed and packaged. And then we have the artificial drying facilities, which you can see it's quite energy intensive. It's been operating on diesel, and one of the key sustainability initiatives that we're embarking on is transitioning that to natural gas, which has a way lower carbon footprint emission. In terms of capacity, bagging capacity, the facility, after the seed is processed, it's packaged between bags of 5 kgs to 20 kgs, depending now, that's being solely dependent on the market demand. And per day, the facility handles about 50 metric tons of seed, which is about 10,000 bags. That translates to about 12,000 metric tons of seed processed per year. Just to highlight a bit of the process, just to give you a perspective of what exactly seed processing entails. So receiving, that's the seed coming from the production acres, wherever it's grown by some of the partners we work with to grow the seed for us. Comes in, goes through sorting, then it goes through drying to achieve a certain level of moisture content. Then from there it's shelled, which is basically removing the grain from the combs. Then goes to conditioning. Then we have color sorting, which is an element of quality control just to make sure the seed meets the required levels of moisture, the size. Then from there it goes to treatment, and this treatment basically means application of technologies. Some of them you may have seen in a previous slide, just to make sure that when it's planted, there's a certain guaranteed assurance of germination rate to safeguard against pests and some weeds, depending on the technology that's applied. Then the seed goes to packaging. As you have seen, we do between 5 kgs packages to 20 kgs, ranging depending on now on what the distribution market looks like. Then we have cold storing, which is now where the seed is stored until now it's taken out or taken to the distribution centers. Just to highlight some of the geographies where our seed production work happens, you can see a lot of it happening in the north and a bit of it happening down here, which is Aswan region. So those are the key areas of the specific geographies where we work with the growers for seed production. As I have mentioned, we are keen on addressing our carbon footprint. This particular facility is the single biggest source of our emissions here in Egypt. Given the other facilities we have are basically office premises, which is not so big. So as I had mentioned, the seed drying aspect is quite energy intensive, and the facility for some time or since establishment has been running on diesel. So we are working to transition that to natural gas, which will result into about 500 metric tons of carbon emissions reduction per year. Then we have the other aspect of the cooling facility, the cold storage, which still runs on power from the grid. So we are looking at how we can be able to transition to solar for that, which will also help us reduce about 200 metric tons of emissions per year. And then expanding the irrigation, working with the growers who produce our seed to be able to extend the irrigation to them. Yeah, so basically that's it from me. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you. I hope that today's speakers were able to give you a sense of the exciting developments that are going on here in Egypt through a collaboration between the governments of Egypt and the United States, as well as with a variety of private sector companies. I think one of the things that really struck me during the Green Trade Mission was how a willing government who is eager to attract sustainable development, and a supportive government who has a variety of agencies who are willing to provide technical expertise, financial expertise, as well as connections, can really help the private sector to do what it does best, which is bring innovation, which is to accelerate action, and which is to help us really set high bars for what we can achieve. So I'd like to thank all of our speakers today for exemplifying some of the many things that we talked about during this Green Trade Mission. And I hope you all online as well as here in the room have enjoyed the talk today. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Thank you so much for attending, and thank you to our speakers. This concludes the event. Come back tomorrow for another exciting day of events here at the U.S. Center. Thank you and good night.